How's everybody doing? Hello, everybody. Why can't I see my chat bar? Hold on real quick, people. Some reason I can't see the chat. Hold on. Where are you at? Uh, Hope everybody's doing good until I find out what happened with my chat bar. It just went away and vanished. Hold on real quick. And then I'm going to give you guys a shout out like I always do. I always start out the lives. I give people a shout out that's in the chat. Always want to acknowledge you guys. As soon as I find the chat. Some reason it vanished. It disappeared on me. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and do this then. Since it wants to vanish, we'll do this. I'll look right on YouTube. Am I muted? Can you guys hear me? You guys hear me good? Good, good. Is it frozen for you guys? Can you see my face? Or is it frozen? Oh, there we go. There we go. All right. All right. Perfect. My face should pop up. All right. Yeah, for some reason my chat like just vanished on me. So I gotta go back and forth from you guys. Hold on. Let me see if this will work. So let me see something real quick. Make sure you like, comment where you're from. So I did put that link. There's a link right there that I pinned. So if any of you guys want to click on the link, you're welcome to click on the link, give your thoughts, and you can join in. Your face doesn't have to be shown. I can take your face out and we can just hear your voice if that's, you prefer that. So if you guys, any of you guys want to, you guys are more than welcome. Because I would like to hear some other people's thoughts as well. What's going on? What do you think, Because I'm not the only person in here. You guys matter too. All right, so let's give some people here some shout outs. I always start out the shout outs like I always do. And the first one is going to be Julia. Thank you, Julia. Julia is a moderator. She also helps me with my research. So she is, hey, you like my content? You like her too? Because she helps me out a lot. Make sure you guys go follow her on TikTok, Justice Talks with Julia. She does a lot on TikTok, more than I do, actually. I need to be more involved on there, but she posts a lot of videos and things like that on TikTok, especially of cases. Hold on real quick, guys. I gotta see why I can't see my chat to give you guys shout outs. Hold on real quick for me, real quick. Let me see here. All right. Um, So I like pinning you guys' chat that has a good comment. I always like to pin it. And that's something I always do. Hold on, I'm just trying to troubleshoot this, guys. Of course, there's always something going on in electronics. Let's see here. Mac. We're gonna get into a video with Brian Enton, because you guys know Brian Enton just went back to Tucson. So he went back. We're gonna get into his video. I heard JLR even went back too. He went back to Tucson. Now I don't know if he's gonna be out there actually searching or just standing in front of Nancy's house again, but I heard he went back too. Oh, there we go. I got it working, guys. I see it. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for your patience. I got the chat working. All right. I got it working. Hello, AZ Sunshine. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate that. Hi, Charmaine. Thank you so much. Wolf Moon, thank you for tuning in. Wolf Moon says, I think there's a huge cover up. However, that would seem to implicate that the FBI is involved as well. That is possibly true. If there's a cover up, yes, FBI could also be involved. Tulina, thank you so much. Tulina's always been here. She's been here for a while. Thank you. Italian Boutte. I love that name. Italian Boutte. Cali Girl on Fire says, I agree with your title alone. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. Yes, we're going to get into why I put the title, which I'm pretty sure you could put 2 and 2 together and you guys can figure that out, right? So we're going to get into that. River Life, thank you for tuning in. River says, chat, please be kind to people who call in. Yes, so if somebody does decide to call in, they want to call in by hitting that link, you're welcome to do so. And don't worry, you can say whatever's on, whatever your thoughts are. I am not going to judge you. I'm an open book. For one, none of us have solved this case. So, hey, it's almost all theories are on the table. You can say, I don't care if you say aliens came down to abduct her. I mean, hey, nobody solved anything. So go ahead, say what you want, right? Only thing we can do is try and debunk what you say, or, you know, whatever it is. But there's a lot of, we don't know a lot of anything. We really don't. Rosie, thank you for tuning in. Yep, Brian is back. We are definitely going to take a look at Brian. Miss Butler, how you doing, Doris? Hey, Doris. Mary, waving back to you. Thank you for being in. Like I said, when I start out my chats, on my lives, I always like to give you guys a shout out because you guys are the ones that help this channel grow. You guys are the ones that's helping me become who Fugitive TV is. So thank you so much. So I got to give you guys a shout out. God bless you too, Jessica. God bless you too. I appreciate that. Rebecca says, Ray, you rock. You rock as well. Hello, Ray, Julia, and everyone in the chat. Hopefully everyone is doing well. Michelle, hope you're doing well too. Wonder Woman, another moderator who's been a member for a while. Thank you for coming in. Holly says, hi, Ray, new member. You shouted out Saturday evening. Thanks. You are the real deal alone with Brian Enton. Thank you so much, NJLR. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Holly. I appreciate that. We got April is in the building. Thank you, April. ZZ says, I think they are sitting on a lot of information. I think they have way more stuff than what they're telling us. Yeah, I would hope. I would honestly hope they have more information than what they're telling us. If not, something's wrong. Elizabeth Webster is watching from Texas. What part of Texas? I'm planning on visiting Houston. Actually, probably in a couple months, I'm gonna be in Houston. Eddie, thank you, Eddie. Sweet sun shower from Sigmore Hills, Ohio. I've never even heard of Sigmore Hills. Diva says, "Yay, I made it." Yes, you did made it. Rock Prophet from Saratoga Springs, New York. Okay, we got a lot of people tonight. I want to say thank you. So for like I said, um, you guys, let me make sure you guys can still see it. Yep. So anytime you guys want to, chime in, you're welcome to. You can chime in. You can hit that link. You can dial in. You don't have to be on video. I can make it to where your screen's not on video, and you can say what you want. One thing we're gonna do is we're definitely gonna get into the title. All right, we're gonna get into the title, but I know, including myself, everybody here likes Brian Enton. Brian Enton has went back to Tucson, and he's already got, on this video alone, guys, 100,000 views in 3 hours. 100,000 views in 3 hours. This man, Brian Enton, has already got on this upload because, he went back to Tucson. Watching from Washington. Thank you so much. All right, so let's get into a little bit of what Brian Enton has to say, as long as you guys don't mind. Because this is my first time seeing this too. I have not watched this yet. So we're gonna see what if he has any new information as he's together. And then, like I said, we're also gonna get into the title. All right. And then not only that, like I said, if anybody has anything to say, you are welcome to hit that link to
really appreciate it.
chime in.
Please click to subscribe. Really appreciate all the support. It is day 58 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. This is Nancy's house right here behind me. Obviously, it's a lot quieter out here than when I was here a couple of weeks ago. I just flew back into Arizona, flew into Phoenix last night, drove here to Tucson. A couple of things that I want to work on here this week related to the Nancy Guthrie case, which I'll have more on later this week. But in this episode, I'm really focusing on the back side of the house, especially in light of what Savannah said about the back doors being propped open. I'm going to take you behind the house. I went with former Pima County SWAT Commander Bob Krieger back there and just discussed, what may have happened here now that some of these new details are coming out about the doors being propped open.
One thing I do want to
So
say.
interesting to be back here, by the way. I was home for a couple of weeks, but it's just...
One thing I do want to say, have you guys, I know there's 2 people in here from Arizona. So the 2 people in here from Arizona, I know you guys are very familiar with the terrain. Has anybody in this chat actually been to Arizona or even Tucson? Are you guys familiar with this terrain? If not, I know for some of you people, you might not understand it. Bella Kim says this man deserves an Emmy. Yes, he does. He does deserve an Emmy. All right, for you guys that's never been to Tucson, and the reason why I paused this real quick is because, hold on real quick. Yeah, the reason why I paused this real quick is because if you look behind him, you look behind his head, you look behind his head and you see that kind of like terrain back there. That's almost how everybody's yard is in the foothills area. It's just like that. So you have nothing but dirt. You have some shrubbery. You're going to find some cactus. Okay. That's all you have. So you have a lot of terrain. It's just pretty much a lot of desert style terrain that you have back there. And then for one, you have hills and you have mountains. So that terrain is not the easiest to look through, especially when it starts getting hot. It's going to start getting hot in the summertime soon. Okay. summertime is going to hit there soon, and it's going to get hot soon. So if people are still out there looking, it's actually could even be deadly. You can faint. We're talking about temperatures of 120 degrees, people, out there in Tucson. It can get up to 120 degrees, no joke. And the air can blow hot. I'm not talking about any cool breezes coming by. I'm talking about the air is even 100 degrees hitting you in the face. So it gets very difficult. And then on top of that, yes, I was just about to get into that. Wonder Woman says rattlesnakes and scorpions. On top of that, you have rattlesnakes, you have scorpions, and you have what some people will call wild pigs, wild boars, or javelinas. Okay? These are pretty much wild pigs, wild boars. And I'm not talking about no little, little Charlotte sized pig, little cute thing. No, I'm talking about pigs that weigh a few 100 pounds, hairy with snorts that will chase you to eat you. I've seen them. So Elizabeth says, my asthma starts acting up in Tucson. Mine too. I have asthma too. Two places where my asthma always act up the worst. It was Tucson and for some reason Sacramento. Those two places, asthma and allergies always messed with me. But yes, so I wanted to pause this real quick so you guys and let you know about that terrain that you see behind Brian. Okay, so it's not an easy task to be out there searching for somebody.
It's still so weird to think about what happened here and that it's still unsolved. So I'm going to get into all of it in this episode of Brian Enton Investigates.
No ocean breeze.
All right, hey guys. So again, I'm back
No
in
ocean
Arizona.
breeze.
I'm outside Tucson. I'm actually very close to Nancy Guthrie's house right now. I'm on the opposite side. Normally, you guys would see me where I just was in the front of the house, but I'm actually behind her house right now. Nancy's house is actually right back behind all these trees and cactuses. Just you can't see it because there's so much brush, but it's right on the other side. And I really
See, I just got finished telling you guys about the terrain, and he sits. This is why I love Brian Enton. This is why I love him, because he does stuff like this. He did this on purpose so you guys can get the full picture and the full view of what the area is. Now, see, if I was out there, I would do the same thing. I wouldn't just have my camera facing Nancy's house. No knock to people that are doing that. I wouldn't just have my camera facing at Nancy's house. But I would want to give people the full terrain so they can understand what these individuals, especially that are out there trying to search, what they're working with. And he right now is doing a great job. This picture right here tells you 1,000 words. So Callie says, Ray, go to Arizona. I would love to go to Arizona. I am trying to. If only I had 500,000 members like JLR. But we'll get there soon. We'll get there soon.
Really going to focus in this episode really on the backside of her house and her backyard and the doors on the backside, because it's something we didn't really dig that much into until Savannah Guthrie did her interview with the Today Show and said that the back doors were propped open. And again, it was doors plural. We put our drone up this morning to get a closer look at the backside of the house because I had never really seen specifically what kind of doors they were, and I wanted to get a close look. I always just assumed that it was sliding glass doors back there. I don't know why. I just assumed she had sliding glass doors. That is actually not the case. And when you look at the drone video, you can see they are just regular doors on the back side of the house.
Losing followers?
There's
I want to know who's losing followers.
Two that are
I get it.
like one is underneath the overhang.
I know.
There's one kind of to the side of the patio area. So there's two right there.
All right. You see that door, that blue door? You see that? So there's a couple doors to the back of the house. You have a sliding door and two doors like that, just like that. So when it comes to a door being propped open, I'm wondering if it's one of these doors that was propped open, and why was it propped open? Why was it propped open? Were they bringing in some sort of equipment that need the door propped open, or taking out some sort of equipment needed propped open?
Yeah, so there's two right there, and then there's one over near the garage door. So from what I could see with our drone, there were a total of three
Do they have
doors on the back
capybara and
side of the
I don't
house.
even know how you pronounce that. That's a good
One
question. What
seemed
are
like it was
those?
connected to the garage, though. Two that were connected to the house. And what was interesting, again, they're not sliding glass doors. There are windows on the doors that I could see,
Javelinas are
kind of like
part of
pane
the
glass
rodent
windows on the
family.
top.
I didn't
And
know
again,
that.
it was
I didn't know
Savannah who
that.
said that doors, plural, were propped open when Savannah's sister Annie and her brother-in-law Tommaso arrived at the house. Before I get into more on this, let me replay for you exactly what Savannah said so you can hear it if you missed it.
We thought that she must have had like some kind of medical episode in the night, and that somehow, the paramedics had come because the back doors were propped open.
Yes, no protection on those doors. As you saw, no
That
protection.
didn't make any sense. We
doors could
thought
be
maybe
easily
they
broken.
came and there was a stretcher and they took her out the back. But her phone was there and her purse was there and all her things.
So that was what Savannah said. And obviously her saying that the back doors were propped open opens up a lot of possibilities here,
what we're
leads to a
trying
lot
to
of
figure
possible
out. Those are the
theories.
doors that were
Did
left
the abductor or abductors come in through the back doors and then
I
go
gotta
out through the
Google what
front?
this animal is.
And you're going to see in this episode, I'm about to take you
Hold on,
with
let me.
Bob
I'm
Krieger again, who
curious
is
what
the
that-
former
what the
SWAT
animal
commander
you guys
for
are talking
Pima
about
County.
is.
We go to
Cabby.
the backyard area of Nancy's, and I mean, you can just, and you're about to see it in detail, but I mean, the thought of them really traveling through this area, or especially going through this area behind the house with Nancy, is kind of hard to imagine
wow.
because there's so many thorns, there's so many cactuses, there's so many rocks. If it was nighttime, the fact that she...
Hold on real quick. I had to Google what this animal was. Because you guys were talking about capybara. Capybara, I believe that's how you pronounce it. I think. Am I saying it right? Capybara? I've never heard of that animal, so I just Googled it. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one in here that's wondering what a capybara is. So hold on, let me pin this. Here, I'm gonna show you what a capybara is. Because I just Googled it. Hold on real quick. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one. So this is a capybara, huh? I've never heard of this animal. I've never heard of them. Never heard of a capybara. Please let me know where these are located. I don't know if AZ has these. I've never even heard of them. They look like they get pretty big too. Thanks for informing me. See, 2 things I learned from you guys. That's why I love you guys.
couldn't even walk to the mailbox some days. Savannah said it's hard to imagine her being able to walk through this back area, or even them being able to carry her through this back area. But again, I mean, so did they go in through the back of the house and then come out through the front of the house? We don't know, but there's a lot of interesting theories to talk about. So let me play for you my full interview as we kind of walk around the house with Bob Krieger. Again, he was he was with the sheriff's office here in Pima County for almost 3 decades. He was the SWAT commander. He's pretty much done it all at the sheriff's office. So he's always a really, really great resource. He met me out here today to kind of go through some of this. And I want to play that for you. Thank you for meeting up with us, Bob.
No problem.
So we're at a neighbor's house. If you'll just kind of lead the way.
Sure.
I just want to see how close we can get and show people, people don't really understand the terrain back behind Nancy's house.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I was explaining that to you guys, the terrain.
Apparently this is now rattlesnake.
Yeah, they're starting to come out. It's a little early for them.
Now you see that you can kind of see in the back. You see like hills or mountains. If you look close in the back,
but you'll see there's pathways that a lot of neighbors put up. This is usually just common area, common ground.
Yeah, if you look in the back, you can kind of see the outline of that mountain. So a person could easily, if they really wanted to, if they want to get rid of somebody, there's hills and mountains right there. Okay. There's a lot of stories of people that go hiking and they'll find things all the time in those hills, all the time.
But we're back here and you can't even see her house necessarily. There's just so much brush in the trees, and we're probably 100 feet from it or so. Let's see, my guess is...
There's a Cabaret Cafe in Tampa
So
area.
do people generally come back here, like in these neighborhoods?
No, it would be very rare. You see some of the, they might have little pathways, but it would be more unlikely for, you know, just a person to walk back here, whether they live here or trying to get through the neighborhood, just because it's really difficult. And I am watching out for snakes as we're going.
So the snakes, are we at the beginning of the season?
Yeah, and it's because we hit triple digits earlier here than we normally do. They've been a lot more active. So they might start waking up around now too.
Have you seen any have you seen any this season yet?
I haven't yet, but I've seen a lot of pictures.
Yeah. And do they, I mean, again, I'm from Florida, so
yeah.
Do they bite people regularly? I mean,
you have to really try to get bitten. Even if you almost step on them, they don't want to bite you because they don't want to waste their venom. I worked in a unit that we lived in the desert for almost 5 years, and we'd run into them all the time, and no one ever got bit.
So do you think there's a possibility that the suspect or suspects came... Be careful of this cactus, guys.
Yeah.
Came through this back way?
It's possible, but I don't really think so, because you see, like, unless you know exactly where you're coming and going, you already kind of have... You've probably already lost your sense of direction.
I have.
In just a few seconds back here. So, you know, you use things like telephone poles and things like that.
You're not far. I'm in Wesley Chapel.
Really, these open areas just butt up to the backs of houses. So if anyone's ever back here, you're gonna get a lot of dogs alerting, and you're gonna have to really probably shoot through someone's yard. So it's not like a lot of normal like back east areas where you have alleyways and it's kind of common.
Yeah.
So
no one would normally come back
No,
here,
not at all. So I'm trying to remember exactly.
So in the foothills area, this is literally everybody's backyard. And that area that you see in the foothills, I was in the foothills. I was there actually. And this is literally everybody's backyard. Right here is what you see. So you'll walk in somebody's backyard. They might have a pool. And here in Florida, we all got lanais, pretty much a screen that covers a pool to keep from mosquitoes and alligators. These people, a lot of them, you won't see a lanai. It's just an open pool. Then you'll have some concrete. As you see, you don't see grass. Arizona, a lot of people don't have grass. It's just rocks because it's too hot and there's always a drought of water. So and people, to make it easier to maintain, they just have rocks and terrain. But you see this terrain, this is how a lot of people's backyards look. And there's even coyotes back there too.
She's got a brick house. I think that actually might be right there.
No, that's not it. Yeah, see, even you're confused. It is confused.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's this way. I think we should follow the poles.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because when I was looking at the drone, we're actually not as close as it feels.
Okay.
As soon as they're done editing the book, they are taking a long time. I gotta, I have to do a follow-up to see.
Do people ever, I mean, when you were working at the sheriff's office, did you ever respond to calls in spots like do people hide in areas like this?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You say, you know, if someone was, they were trying to burglarize the house and deputies showed up, they would get out.
Now you see what they're doing? If I was out there on live, this is exactly what I would be doing. If I was out there in Arizona and I was on live with you guys, this is what I would be doing. I would be trying to walk through, you know, to look through the terrain and things. That's what I would do. I would think this would be more helpful than just standing in one spot, you know, with on a live. You know, people do what they want, obviously, but for me, this is what I would do.
Out here, and this is where we typically find they'd come in there like this and try and hide, hunker down underneath the trees, whatever it might be, trying to work a dog or something like that. But this is very common for that, and you'll see, and this is what a lot of homeowners do. They'll just come back here and kind of throw some stuff up, and
we got 300,
over 340 people, turn it into a walkway or something. Who knows?
Thank you so much.
Hopefully we're not. Maybe. Yeah, I think it might be back this way. Do you think?
I'm gonna pull up my map real quick.
Yeah.
Happy Panda, nootropic energy.
Although I don't want to go in anyone's backyard.
Yeah. None of the good thing is like none of this is backyard.
So this is all public?
Yeah, it's a utility easement. So we can pretty much go anywhere we want. Let me pull up the map real quick. So this would also show you that if someone used it back here, they would have had to come out a couple times. They would have had to be real familiar with wherever they parked to get through here to get back to wherever they parked.
Yep.
And the streets like that we're on now, again, not easy to get out of the neighborhood, so just a little more.
So I think we're actually. Oh yeah, you got it.
Yeah. So
I think this is her. Right here.
Yep. So let's.
All right. You guys see what they're doing right here? You see what they're doing, right? They got to look at the navigation. They got to make sure they know exactly where they're going. Okay? Now, this is why from the get-go, from the start, because I kind of knew the area. From the start, I said, these people, this was not random. You don't just stumble across, oh, this is, no, especially where she lived at in that area. You have to know where you're going. You have to know where you're going in and where you're going out. So this is why I said from the start, this is somebody who's already been there. This is somebody who knows the area. This is somebody who knows how to get in and how to get out. This is not just, I'm going to break in your house, one shot opportunity and pray the best of luck that I make it. No, you would be one of the luckiest people on earth if that was the case. Somebody knew exactly what they were doing, because even they have to pull out the phone and, you know, see exactly where they're at.
Let's see.
That's like right there, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. This actually I think might be. Oh yeah. This is the house that CBS was using.
Okay.
So now I know exactly where we are.
Does your gut tell you that one of the suspects would have come back through the back way, like through here?
No, I really don't think so. At night, even if you're really familiar with the area, it's going to be tough to traverse, even though it's not real thick. Even though it was a fairly moonlit night, it's tough. You know, you have to know where to park at. You're probably going across someone else's property to get to an area like this that's open. Then you have to get to Nancy's house.
This is a
ultimately,
great video.
If you take her, bring her out the back, and there's no way they're bringing her back this way. You know, so if they got there that way, they clearly had to go out to the front.
Yeah, because we know the back doors were propped open.
I think the blood in the front was
Savannah.
planted there. Hey.
Is there any way you think they could have brought
mind.
Nancy out this back way? It seems kind of impossible.
No, yeah.
And then once again, any of you guys want to chime in, you're welcome to hit that link. Go around ahead. You can hit that link and chime in with your thoughts. You can do that. And if you don't want your face on video, you can just have your voice. So, hey, you're welcome to do that. Just letting you know as a reminder.
Is it possible? Yes. Highly improbable. Just based on her size and the weight and carrying someone, getting over walls. Just, you saw
difficulties everywhere.
Yeah, you saw difficulties just for us to walk through her by ourselves. Imagine trying to carry someone either by yourself or with the help of somebody. It's not easy. And so I don't think the back way would be practical at all.
You are correct.
And it's not going to be quick, and it's going to be loud.
Yeah.
You're going to get.
Yeah. So I heard people saying maybe they went out through the back door, through the back way. I heard people saying that, which I mean would make sense if you're not familiar with what you're looking at right now. See, the whole thing is not one person has really taken you behind the house so you can actually look like, you know, how they're walking through. Everybody's just been in front of the house streaming, but he's taking you behind the scene, pretty much behind the scenes, behind the house, so you can see how difficult it is, especially at night. No light. You don't see one street light. There's no street lights at all in that area. So it's dark. There's cactus. There's javelinas, which are wild boars that can bite you and eat you. There's rattlesnakes. There's coyote. There's scorpion. Nobody is going through there at nighttime, all right? Especially carrying somebody, a woman, or at that.
Get more attention at 1 o'clock in the morning in an area like this than you are walking up to someone's front door.
When people have dogs here,
sure,
and I'm sure that they're not used to people being back
Thank
there.
you, Ash.
Especially at that time of night. So you're going to
that.
get all the dogs in the neighborhood
I'm
barking,
blessed you
kind of
found me
going
too.
off and things like that.
Did you hear there was one the dogs at this house nearby, and the owners were telling me that around the time that Nancy disappeared, the dogs wanted to go outside.
Yeah.
Have you heard about this?
I have not,
And
no.
they were looking in the direction of Nancy's house.
Yeah.
And they never wake up in the middle of the night.
It would make sense. My dogs, you know, if someone walks, I live in a very similar neighborhood, kind of geographically like this, and if someone's walking or even in the area, they do the same thing. So, you know, because it's usually very quiet. So the littlest thing on a lot of dogs, they're going to alert to it, you know, and we've used that, you know, officers use that. If you're chasing someone through an area like this, you stop and you listen. And if the dogs over there are barking, I'm going that way because that's probably where the people are going. So it would make sense.
So
very
how we were
quiet,
talking about-
very established.
We were talking earlier about there's wild javelinas out there, wild pigs, wild boars, whatever you want to call them. People call them different terms. And for you guys don't know, they are actually, hold on, let me see if I can, for you guys that's never seen one before, I'll pull it up for you, okay? Because I have experience with, because I told you I was actually in Tucson. Okay, so these right here, all right? Oh, for some reason. All right, so these right here are javelinas, wild boars, whatever you want to call them, okay? Everybody calls them something different. Now, as you see, he's got two long teeth in the front, and they will use them. Now, I told you guys I was in Tucson, so I actually stayed right off of Foothills Drive, which is one of the main streets that goes into Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. Foothills Drive is actually like I think the northernmost main street, if I remember correctly, okay? And we were in an apartment building, and I'll never forget this. I was with some family, and my little cousins were there, all right? And they went to the pool. And they went to the pool. It was probably around 5 o'clock because it was summertime, so it gets hot. So in the daytime, right? So people would go to the pool more closer in the evening when it's warmer, when the sun is not so out or so, you know, out. So they went to the pool around 5 o'clock-ish or something like that. And my cousins, they were like around 13, 14 years old girls. And I remember sitting in the house, in the apartment, and I think it ended up being like 11 at night or 12 at night or something like that. And somebody was like, hey, where's the girls at? They still swimming? They still out there? So we go out to the apartment, or I walk out and I go to the pool. I'm walking up to the pool. I see about a good 4 of these, four, not one, 4. And they get big. They get about the size of like a pit bull. That's how big these things get. Probably a lot fatter, but they get about the size of a pit bull. 4 of them, and they're laying at the gate of the pool. They are waiting for the girls to get out of the pool so they can attack them. I was like, oh man, you know, I had to grab rocks, throw them to distract them. Okay, I had to distract them. And then 2 of them kind of went off a little bit, but then the other 2 stood up and started running at me. Luckily, I'm like far away and I was really fast anyway. So I was able to, you know, leave. But as they like kind of scattered from the pool, then the girls was able to get out of the pool and go home. So that was my little experience with these pest animals, rodents, whatever you want to call them. I just know they are nothing to be played with.
Established for a Tucson neighborhood. It's one probably the oldest ones, you know, built in the 60s or 70s. So with that, you get a lot of the brush that you see. You know, you go to a newer neighborhood, the cookie cutters, you just don't get this type of vegetation that's had years and years to grow. And, you know, you see it's a lot of houses offset from the road fairly well, and tough to see the road or see what's going on. And that's why people move here. It's a
really
little more
nice
private.
neighborhood.
It is. It's gorgeous.
It's beautiful. You
Yep.
know?
You get into established ones like this.
They're
That's
not slow,
kind of why
I'll
I
tell
chose
you
my
that. So
neighborhood.
if you're not a
Very similar to
runner,
this. You know,
if you're
larger
not a
larger
runner,
lots.
they can
You
catch
get
you.
that privacy that you're looking for, but then you also run into the privacy issue that you've run into with the case. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah, the reasons
lot of
people
stuff
love
you-
it have made it harder.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword. Yeah. They've got cameras, but like the cameras at this house right here, they're not going to see us right now. We got too
Right.
much brush in the way.
Savannah has now said that, you know, the back doors were propped open.
Mm-hmm.
And when her sister and brother-in-law arrived, the doors were open
Mm-hmm.
in the back. What does that mean to you? What does that piece of the puzzle mean to you?
You know,
Yeah,
it's
sometimes
probably
they
the
don't
way
do
they got
nothing.
in,
And then sometimes
if
I
not
guess
out
if
as
they're
well.
hungry, they will. I don't
my
know.
hunch is they probably went out the front door because of the blood that was found out there. You know, unless that happened right away and she happened to open the front door for them. But if they were propped open, obviously that was left for a reason. Quick in and quick out, whichever one it was.
Yeah, she used the word propped open. I guess I was just, why, if you were the bad guys, why would you leave the doors open?
Depending on what your plan was, for me, it's a quick way in and a quick way out. Just one less thing you have to think about, opening the door.
Thank
you don't
you,
want it
guys.
closing
Make sure you
behind
hit
you,
the
maybe
like.
automatically locking,
All
and
right.
you not know how to unlock it to get out. Just, it's a time thing.
Thank you,
You
everybody,
want
for
to plan your
supporting.
ingress and egress, and that's a way of doing it. And then that way too, you know exactly where you're going. You don't kind of get lost in the house. You know, you kind of see and remember where that open door is.
Do you think that they brought Nancy out the front and that's why we saw the blood there?
I think so. My hunch, my theory is that's probably what happened.
You see that right behind him? See? Let me move myself over. See that right there? Look. Remember I was telling you the hills, mountains? Hills or mountains, they're right there. Right there. Right there. So, I mean, we're watching this video. We literally could be looking at a mountain that might have Nancy in that mountain right there. Literally. That's how close it is.
It's unfortunate, but I bet if you polled this neighborhood, 75-80% of them have an open door most nights. Whether they forget to lock it or, you know, like a lot of us, just they leave it unlocked because it's not that big a deal, and we feel safe in our homes, especially if you've lived in a house for 40 or 50 years. You know, that.
Christina says, Ray, have you heard of Carolina Lexby? 4 hours north of Nancy, went missing a few days after her recent heart surgery and lived alone, then disappeared. Will love your thoughts. No, I did not hear on that, actually. I will look that up.
That is your castle, and that is your ultimate safe feeling point. And so you just never know when something like this is going to happen, and it kind of makes you reevaluate, you know, just the overall safety and security of everything.
Savannah's saying that that her mom was in her pajamas and didn't have shoes on. What did that mean to you?
That's someone who's going to bed, or at 1 o'clock in the morning was in bed. You know, she wasn't expecting visitors or guests, and wasn't expecting on going anywhere. So, you know, just I was asleep and I was awoken by this for whatever reason it was. And I think most of us would have been in that situation. I don't put shoes on if there's a knock at my door. You just kind of go and check what's going on.
I wonder if they carried her out.
Interesting.
Because
I
I mean,
gotta look at this
you know,
Carolina
it's not the kind of
Actually, you know
area
what? I
you would
did
walk
hear of
without
this.
shoes.
No,
I guess
absolutely. You know, I don't think they would be too
I think I
concerned
just forgot
about
about
what her feet were like on the way out. But at the same time, again, my theory, my hunch is she was probably carried out. They probably restrained her inside some way, and as they left, they just carried her. You know, it could be a one-person job. It's easier with two of you, but you know, 150 pounds or so, from what I've been hearing, is about what she weighs. Dead weight's not easy to carry. If you've never tried to do it before, most people, you can't just throw someone over your shoulder. But if you have a partner, you can't. Once you get it up there, then it's relatively
Red Dog
easy.
said, what criminal would
So,
shut the door
you know,
and lock it?
Even with shoes, you come out the front door, you're just walking
got a
over some
point.
rocks
You
at
have
that
a
point. It's
point.
not more of the desert terrain that, you know, we've seen some of today already.
Yeah, I don't think people realize how hard it is to carry a body. I didn't until someone kind of explained it to me. Like,
No,
it's awkward. It's
Even dragging that amount of weight, if you don't know what you're doing or how to do it, you're probably going to hurt yourself, and it's going to be like 2 inches at a time. It's not an easy task. There's a science behind it, and once you know, that's relatively easy. So again, things that you can find on, like everything else, YouTube or the internet somewhere. How do I carry someone? How do I, you know, get them off the ground easily? It's all body mechanics. It's easy once
Thank
you know how
you,
to do it, but
Sandra.
if you
Thank
don't,
you. I'm
which
glad you found me
99% of the
too. Big
population
shout
doesn't, like you
outs.
said, it's not easy.
What else did you take away from Savannah's interview? I mean, do you think it's going to help?
Yeah, I do think it's going to help. The
well.
biggest help I think it's going to be is that it's keeping it current. It's keeping the people around in the neighborhood, nationwide, worldwide, with their eyes a little more focused on it. And again, I think that sooner or later someone's going to see something, hear something, remember something that maybe I guarantee there's people in Tucson who still don't know this is going on, just because there's folks who don't watch TV.
Divine says, that's my theory. She is in the mountains by a creek or a hiking trail. I think this is staged disappearance, my opinion. You are not the only one that is starting to think that this is staged. You trust me, you are not the only one. There's a lot of people in the chat right now who are emailing me, asking me, do I think this is staged? Okay. Do I think, and I do think some sort of way this could be possibly staged, but I don't know if it was like the let's say the porch guy, if he did that on purpose just to throw us off, which could be a stage. I don't know if somebody higher up is involved, you know what I mean? And they threw some blood on the ground, sprinkled some blood on the ground to be a I don't know, but you're not the only one.
TV, don't follow it, and they're like, oh my God, that reminds me of that woman I saw 2 months ago, and then they call it in. So that's how it's going to help.
Maybe they were going to
keep
take
saying,
out
I hope someone has the compassion for the family to just say, at least, hey, this is what happened. This is.
Now, this is a great comment right here, because I have thought about this. Sandra Joy says maybe they were going to take her out back, but something happened, so they went out front. I thought about this, and the reason why I thought about this, because when you see the porch guy come up, you know, and he goes to go grab the shrubbery, that could be like, okay, this was a plan B type of moment. You get it? So I can see that being a possibility, as in this was a plan B. We weren't going to do this, but now we have to do this, you know? And I can also see in them staging the front. So odd and weird this case is.
What's going on, so they get what they need. But at the same time, you know, the likelihood of that happening probably is minimal. But as long as folks like you and Savannah can keep it in the collective consciousness a little bit, it's going to help.
And you know, I've been gone for a couple of weeks now. What's the mood like here? I mean, are people still talking about it? Are people? How would you describe it?
It's definitely slowing down. You know, internally at the Sheriff's Department and the FBI, I haven't talked to those folks too much recently,
no joke.
But I know they're still working it. Locally, you're not seeing it as much, but it's still out there. You know, instead of being the lead story on the news, it might be 3 or 4, you know, snippets in, but and it's not an everyday thing. But if something happens, if comments are made, or there's something that's going to help the case, affect it some way, then it's definitely going to shoot right back to the top. It definitely hasn't been forgotten, and I don't think, you know, with as much you know, light that's been shining, I don't think it's ever going to just disappear until something does happen.
Do you still have faith it'll be solved?
Yes, yeah, absolutely do. And I keep saying this, as a retired law enforcement, it's going to be solved. It might not be solved for a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, but it will be solved. There's no doubt about that.
So he thinks it's going to be solved. What do you guys think? Do you think it's actually going to get solved, or you think, you know, do you think this might be one of those mysteries we think about for the next 20, 30 years? I mean, what do you think? Ruth says, Ray, I'm going to stick with Tomos is the mastermind, and he paid buddies, including the bandmate we discussed, to do this. Way too familiar, came in back and changed a plan, and they went out the front. Hey. All possibilities are on the table. Now, we'll ask, what would be their motive? That would be my next question.
Unfortunately, so time just keeps ticking. Hopefully it's sooner rather than later, so whoever did it can get the justice, the family can get the justice that they deserve, and we'll go from there.
Anything else, Bob, you think is important?
Just, it's keeping it out there, you know, and also remembering that, you know, this is unique because of who Savannah is, and there's other folks who are going through this, you know, and I'm sure that there are families who are sitting there thinking, how come my family doesn't get this? And, you know, I can say as much as I can say that I do know that the Sheriff's Department does give that same amount of effort to everybody. You know, this is such a unique type of case where someone has disappeared in this manner for this long with this little information. But they have worked cases like this where weeks and months later they find people, they find them across the country or elsewhere. So, you know, don't think that the normal person isn't getting the same type of police work, because they really are. This
TC says, Ray, what if the blood signified to Savannah that the blood of Nancy is on your hands? They use codes also. That is a great comment. What if the blood on the porch was some sort of signal? I mean, I wouldn't say you're wrong. I wouldn't say that at all. Yeah, here in Tampa, you're going to deal with that humidity.
is just getting the attention because of, you know, who Savannah is and who her family is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really appreciate Bob for taking the time to talk with me. It's I've only been gone a couple of weeks, but it is kind of weird being back out here in Arizona. Just kind of saying hi to all the neighbors again, kind of reconnecting with everybody, talking to my sources. I've got a couple of things that I'm going to work on this week out here that I've been planning, so I'll have more for you on that later.
Jimmy Hoffa.
It was interesting seeing the backside of Nancy's house like that. Just because, again, unless you're here and you see the neighborhood and you know the terrain, you don't realize how rugged it is. And just being from Florida, again, I mean, I'm used to like swamps and gators, but the whole rattlesnake thing here, and there's just everything has thorns, it seems like. And they really do take the rattlesnake seriously, by the way. I mean, several people have warned me, like, hey, you got to be careful. The rattlesnakes.
Thank you, guys. Please like, subscribe.
In the last couple of days, I guess this is the time of year where they really start coming out. So that's serious too. And that also goes back to, by the way, you guys remember,
good morning from the UK.
I interviewed the handler of the search dog. This was a couple of weeks ago. But the conditions here for like canines and for search animals and for police canines it can be really intense. I mean, they get thorns in their paws. They have to wear booties, which is another reason. Just it's rugged terrain to search. It's really, really rugged, even in the neighborhood, even in Nancy's neighborhood like this. So hopefully you guys got a good visual of that from this episode. So I'll keep you guys posted. Again, there's a bunch of stuff I'm working on. I'm going to be here all week. I appreciate you guys for watching. Got here late last night, by the way. I actually flew into Phoenix and then.
All right. So this episode, he took you guys all through that terrain, which I'm glad he did, because I was waiting for somebody to actually, I wanted somebody to do that for the ones who don't know about the terrain of there. So I was actually waiting for somebody to do that. I'm actually glad that he did that. I want to see what this guy says about the back door. Let's see what this guy says about the back door. I had to get some different, some perspectives to see what people say. Let's see what this person says about the back door.
Let's bring in Raymond Carr, former FBI special agent and director of the Criminal Justice Institute at Wilmington University. Ray, given what we know at this point and what we just saw in Brian's piece, how do you think they took Nancy out? It looks like going out the back, you go into that rough terrain. There's no way you could carry an elderly woman through that.
I don't think that the back door was an exit. I think it was an entry.
You think that's how they got in?
I think that's how additional individuals may have been let into the home, where the one individual went in through the front. But it's, and I agree with the SWAT commander, that they had to leave from the front of the home because of the blood that was found on the steps and on the porch. There's not a doubt in my mind that she left from the front, but there were entries that people were going in from different parts of the home.
So this would prove to you, because there's been lots of speculation that a single person could not have pulled this off. Nancy was 84. She was not able to move very well. It would have been too much for one person to break into the home and carry her out.
Absolutely. You know, I listened to Savannah's interview again, and something that was very notable to me was the fact that she said her brother, who was military, was in the military, and was involved in intelligence, thought that his mother was kidnapped. When I heard her say that, it raised a red flag to me that I thought, how did he come up with that idea, number one? And number two, what did he see and what did he hear that led him to believe that? And I think that's very telling. And
the brother, who has a background in the military, you say, the brother said...
I see y'all in the comments saying they got this information from me. I would not be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked. There's been a couple cases where I've come out with some evidence or something, and then next this has been one. Actually, y'all know about the whole Kia Soul thing. I believe I was the first channel to tell you that, hey, this might be a Kia Soul, and then next thing you know, 5 days later, everybody's talking about a Kia Soul.
Said that right away, like before anybody had given a ransom note, which happened a couple days later.
That is correct. That is what I took from the interview that Savannah said.
The timing of Savannah's interview may not be coincidental. It comes almost exactly 2 months after Nancy's disappearance.
Divine says.
You know, this is a case where we have so few clues or leads to the case. Do you think?
I know there is.
Was this just an interview that she did before she returned to work? It's something she would have had to do to sort of address the tragic elephant in the room, so to speak, before going back on TV every single morning? Or do you think this was also done in conjunction with the FBI to spur more?
So Divine, from the beginning, if you guys have been following me, the two things I've always stuck to about this case, the two things I've always stuck to from day one, I said that there's more than one person, okay? I've been saying that from day one. And that this was not random. When everybody was saying burglary went wrong, those are the two things I've always said from day one, okay? More than one person, and it's not a random attack. And the reason why I told you guys that this was more than one person is because now I've never done anything like this. I've never broken anybody's home. I've never kidnapped anybody. I've never abducted. I've never done any of that. But for you people that know my story, okay, for everybody knows my story, you know I was involved in the underground world, okay? So I was around some people that have done this, okay? And the people that have done this, and not only that, I did a video where I interviewed a person who's currently doing life right now. He's currently doing life, and all he did was abduct people in South America. He worked for one of the cartels, and all he did was abduct people. That was his whole job. The guy's never had a regular job in his whole life. All he did was abduct people. That was it. So even talking to him, he told me every single time they went and abducted somebody, the reason would be for either money or revenge. One of the two. He said you can throw political in there, but even if it's political, money or revenge is going to be behind that. And then he said even for the revenge part, sometimes there's money that started the whole revenge process anyway. But he always said he never went by himself. It was always a minimum of 2 people. Always. You have to have a minimum of 2 people because you're dealing with taking somebody. So it makes the job a whole lot easier. For one, if the person is alive, if they're alive, okay, and you're putting them in the car, who's driving? Who's driving? You're not making them drive, right? Now, you could be the one driving, but let's say you got them in the back seat or something like that. You got them in the back. You can't stop them from getting out. You can't stop them from hitting you. You can't stop, you can't. So somebody has to be in the vehicle to make sure there's eyes kept on them. All right. Somebody's got to be in the vehicle to make sure that, they are secure. The package is secured. All right. Then he said if there was more than two people, the other people could always be replaced, is what he told me. Meaning those people could be terminated too, because you don't want too many witnesses. So from day one, I always said, hey, it's more than one person.
More tips and information in the case.
I definitely think it was done in collaboration with the FBI. She's been very cooperative, as her whole family has been. And I think that she spoke with the FBI, and it was kind of scripted of exactly what they want, exactly the message they wanted to broadcast to everyone out here.
Ruth said,
those stuck out to you as being as
Ruth said, those shady characters, but you aren't shady. No, I try and be real with you guys. And I think that's why the shady characters actually, I got along with them. I just wouldn't say get along, because it wasn't like we're friends, but I had to survive in that kind of type of underground world with these type of people. I had to do it in order to survive. And I am a sponge. I pick up on everything and I learn. I act like I don't know anything sometimes so I can learn. Okay. So I learned a lot just by listening to some of these people. And now in life, I know what to look out for. I know how to keep myself even kind of secure. I know how to keep my family. I know what to tell them. I know what to tell you guys, just by being around these people and seeing what they have done.
Things that you thought, I'll bet she worked with the FBI on the wording of that.
It wasn't spontaneous. The questions weren't spontaneous. It was almost like it was scripted, like, ask me this and I'll tell you this. So it seemed it was pretty, after watching it several times, that's how I feel it was.
Well, let's hope it works.
This
is a case where we desperately need, police desperately need, the FBI desperately needs some leads in the case. This is the family's offered $1 million for information. That hasn't shaken loose anything. Maybe finally it will.
It's not about the number of tips that are coming in. It's finding that one tip.
The quality.
That's going to help. Yeah, that's going to help solve the case.
Yeah, Raymond Carr, really appreciate your analysis. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, coming up for us.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app.
Oh, Como, he always comes on and scares people. Always. Is anybody live out there right now? I know Tucson was live. Actually, here he is right here. I don't know if you guys know Tucson. What is this guy doing? What is he doing?
Oh, guys, do you want to go in? You want to go in?
Go in where? Where are you at? Where are you at? I don't know if you guys know who this guy is. I started following him ever since Nancy Guthrie, because he was one of the guys streaming outside the house too.
I didn't know the gate was open over here. I did not know the gate was open over here. We're gonna go in. We'll watch the sunset from the park. Looks like it's open. Oh, going through gas like crazy. Got the 50-mile alert on. I'm gonna have to switch off Starlink though. So hold on one second. Be right back.
What is it? Where are you at? I don't even know what you're doing, buddy. I don't even know what you're doing. Don't even know where you're at. I thought you were streaming looking for Nancy. I don't know where you're at right there, though. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being in here in the chat. Let's be
Let me know
nice
if we're
people.
back. I just had to switch
Let's
off
be nice
Starlink because we're
people.
walking away from the car.
Let me pause this guy. So he's handing out flyers. You're saying he was out handing out flyers. That's what he's supposed to be doing right now. He's handing out flyers. Crazy to think that they got to hand out flyers for a case like this. You would think everybody would know about this. Crazy to think that. I wish people would be going out handing out flyers for the people that aren't getting this coverage. I mean, yes, we got to find Nancy. We do. But what about the people who are not getting this type of coverage? There's a lot of them out there that are not getting this. And right there in Arizona, right there. I just did, my last video was on 2 women right there in Arizona that nobody heard of not getting this coverage. 17-year-old Liliana. Oh, this is what we got. Oh, somebody was calling. You can go ahead. You can call in. Hit the link again. Yeah, Liliana Hanley, 17 years old, native woman. Missing out of her tribe community. Passion, which was, she went missing on the exact same day from the same community. Passion's body, unfortunately, was found. I think, I don't know, I'm the I can't even say the word, speculation. I think hers was drug related. I don't know, but still. Is that where he's at, down by the airport? Ray, can you turn your sound up? 1 2 1 2. All right, it's up a little more. Up a little more. My title of the video says, this is a criminal attorney's dream case, dream situation. Do you know why I titled it that? I mean, it really is a defense attorney's dream situation. It really is. And don't forget that the link is pinned there. If you want to, click on the link, chime in, call in, video in, you're welcome to do so. Anybody can. I don't care what you have to say. But hello, Linda. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you. Now, anybody who, if they do arrest somebody over this, I'm actually scared that they're going to arrest somebody that's innocent just to say they did something, okay? I've been saying this for a while. I'm scared they might arrest somebody who's innocent that didn't even do it, okay? And might just throw it on him so they can solve the case and law can look good. I'm scared that can happen. Now, even if they do, let's say, arrest the person who did it, or people, whatever it is, the evidence they have, Okay? The only evidence that they have, one, is going to be a video of a man or a male from head to toe with a mask and gloves on. There's no face. There's none of that. There's nobody. There's none of that, right? They got mixed DNA in there. Mixed DNA. I'm curious to know where this mixed DNA as it in the house. I'm curious to know. For example, is this mixed DNA on the doorknob? Here's one thing I can tell you guys that some people don't know. You can easily get mixed DNA, easily. Let's say I'm out and about, whatever, and I want to cover my mouth and I cough in my hand. Now my hand can have my DNA. If I don't wash my hand and I'm out greeting somebody and now I shake their hand, that DNA that I just coughed in or whatever can now get mixed on your hand. And now let's say you go grab a doorknob. Now me and your DNA is on that doorknob. Think about that. So even if they say, oh, your DNA was in the house, even if they say your DNA was in the house, it depends on what they're talking about. Now, if it's blood DNA that's mixed with some other blood, that's a different story because now they're going to say how they got your blood. But if it's a door handle, a cup, anything like that, anything, it's mixed. So they're going to come at you where your DNA was in the house. Defense attorney, now all they have to do is say, well, it wasn't 100% his, right? It's mixed. It's mixed DNA. And all they got to do is give the example that I just gave you guys. All they have to do. So even if they do catch someone, unless they have strong video evidence, meaning at one point they took the mask off and they're just not telling us they got a video of this guy. Unless they got some reason Nancy attacked him and maybe he bled and his blood fell on the ground. That could be a little bit of a different story. That could be harder to defend. But there's no, as we know of, there's no digital DNA, as in there's no suspect cell phones that ping to the area to even pin somebody there. All the person has to do is have a good alibi. That's all they got to do. Oh, I don't even know who Nancy was. Man, I was over here kicking it. That's all they got to do. I was with my girlfriend. I mean, if they really want to make it, I was out here selling narcotics. I was selling narcotics on Speedway Boulevard. If they really want to make it a believable story. Oh, I'll go to jail any day for admitting I sold some narcotics, or we can go to court for that any day. Let's do it. I definitely wasn't there. So, yeah, this is a dream case for... I'm not even an attorney. I'm not an attorney whatsoever. My experience of going through courtrooms and seeing people go in and out of courtrooms all day long, and even my personal experience, I know a little bit of something, and I know for a fact I'm not an attorney and I can go in here and probably defend whoever got arrested. Because the first thing I'm going to ask is for the discovery, which has all the evidence, okay? The only way I think that even if somebody got arrested, the only for sure way, even if somebody got arrested, is if there's a witness who did it with them or a witness who told them to do it. So a lot of you guys want to say, oh, Tommaso, you know, which, hey, I have my speculation on that too. Once again, a speculation allegation, you know, it's just our theories, right? If he came out and said, yeah, I told that person to do that, this is who did it, that is the only way I think this person can go to trial and actually get found guilty, is if there's a witness saying that they did that. Now, there is $1 million reward, right? But so far, nobody's even came forward to even get the $1 million. Nobody's came forward. Soul says we give too much credence to DNA. Oh shit, who tried to call? Hold on real quick, I'm getting him in here. Why isn't your mic on? Let me get your mic on. Hold on real quick. Trying to get your mic on so everybody can hear you. Yeah, but yeah, it's the whole DNA thing. It's mixed, first of all. I've been having issues with this since I started. First, I couldn't see your chat. Now you got, now Saul tried to call in. It wasn't working. Hold on real quick. I'm going to test this. Let me test this link out real quick. Make sure I don't have to refresh the link. Hold on. I'm testing out the to make sure nobody I don't have to redo the link. Oh, I see what's wrong. Stuck in the green room. Hold on real quick. Let me fix this so if somebody ever wants to call in. Sorry about that, guys. I have to fix this. All right, I'm back. I had to make sure the link wasn't working, but I got it to work now, I believe. I believe it's working now. Let's going over some of your comments here. Philly is in the house. Yeah, Solemn, if you want to try the link again, go ahead, try. You're more than welcome. Let's see what these people are saying right here.
4,000 feet.
Yeah.
Awesome.
304 miles. I think first place is probably gonna finish in tonight. He's already down in Patagonia.
Really?
Yeah, so we're
And who's that? What's his name?
Michael McKnight.
Michael McKnight.
Great ultra runner. Yeah.
Give him a shout. Is he backing up? Are we in his way?
Might be backing up. Oh yeah. You can get through. Yeah. Michael McKnight. He's the king of 200s, king of 200-mile races.
All right, tag Michael McKnight.
Yep.
Tell him good job, because it sounds like he's gonna win it.
Yeah.
So it sounds like he's out here actually. Sounds like he's out here. I guess he's supposedly passing out flyers. Supposedly, I don't know. I don't know if he is or not. Trying to see if anybody else is out there live right now. Yeah, trying to see if anybody else is out there live right now. It doesn't look like it. Let's see. Because once Brian Enton said he was going back, I noticed other streamers went back. Okay. Exploring with Jim. I do see what you guys are talking about with Exploring with Jim.
So that's good. We can need more boots on the ground. I
So
know
this is Exploring with Jim,
857 is doing a great job out there. I saw some of his stream yesterday. I think Brian Enton is coming back. So, you know, right now I think it's just Alex and 857. Righteous Monkey is out there searching. Arizona Searcher. I don't have any contact with her, but she's probably doing everything she can. And
you try calling. Try again.
Yeah, we had
Stim.
an interesting search yesterday, and we should have an interesting search today. So, yeah, that's really all I had. We're gonna put on the camera, put on the helmet. Hopefully the bike starts, and we're gonna search this road to the Mexican border. Okay, like I say, the highway's right up there. You wouldn't want to dump anything off the highway because there's so much traffic. There's a lot of traffic here today. I don't know what's going on. I think there's like a road race down in Mexico or something, and then the people coming back and forth. So so I really don't know what's going on. I got Border Patrol stopping right here. I don't know if he's gonna come over and talk to me.
All right, so this
Anyway,
is.
I don't know
you
what he's
said
doing.
Jim has been
So
out
anyway,
there
you guys,
actually
that's
searching.
what's going on here from
down the edge. I don't know.
Okay, this is what you guys are talking about on the
going
bike.
area by area.
All right.
Trying to do the best job that I can, because I think this is the only way Nancy's going to be found, you guys. Maybe we find the perp, and he says, oh yeah, she's over there. You know, maybe. But I sort of doubt he's even going to tell us where she is.
See, streaming like this on situations where you're actually out there looking, this I agree with. You're out there actually looking, you're doing something. I agree with this.
There's nobody collecting cans, and whenever there's a pull-off like this, I like to really take a good look, you know? Man, traffic on this road.
Yeah, see, this I can get behind. I can get behind this.
This isn't like that other road we were on the other day.
Good for him. Actually, you know what? Good for
Everybody's
him.
going to
Let me
Mexico.
subscribe to his channel because I didn't even know who Exploring with Jim was.
Because there's no other
Please
place to
subscribe
go
to
except
Exploring
Mexico
with
from
Jim
here.
because he's actually out there looking. He's got 27K subscribers. All
So we'll
right,
keep
good.
our eyes over here. But there's no pull-off here, so it's not. It just doesn't seem as likely to me. We'll go back to our 2 mile by 2 mile squares. I was just doing those 2 mile by 2 mile squares, and I just wanted to change it up just a little bit.
All right. See what we got here. Hold on, you're in the green room. In the green room. You should be coming in a few seconds. I don't know why it's sending you guys to the green room first. It's not supposed to. It's supposed to let you just go right on away. I think what happened is my whole thing did an update last night. And when it did an update, everything just went haywire. All right. All right, are you there?
Yes, hello?
All right. Hey, what's going on?
Oh, you can hear me. Cool.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can everybody else hear her? Sorry about that. I think my system had an update last night. And even when I signed on today to do the live, my chat wasn't even showing up. It took me 15 minutes to even get my chat up. So I think once I end this live, I have to go into my settings and redo everything. But I hope you're doing good. You're doing good out there?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, now I can. Sorry, I glitched.
Oh, no
I just
problem. No
wanted to say I
problem.
love your show and I've been watching you I think for about 4 or 5 months now, and I really appreciate the take that you have on things.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the show. Appreciate that so much.
Absolutely. So I just wanted to give my opinion on what I think happened.
Uh-huh.
I think that when Nancy left to go to I guess Annie's house, I think they snuck in somehow and they were waiting there for her because they already knew what her routine was. And I think that they had been stalking the house, so they knew she wore hearing aids and little different things like that about her. And so I think when they went in to abduct her, maybe they were, I think the reason they didn't take anything is because they said, because Nancy said, hey, do you know who my daughter is? I can get you money, blah, 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 blah. So maybe that's why they didn't take anything and instead they took her. And then I think something went wrong, but I do think that the blood was planted on the front porch because it seems like she never used that entrance. And I think
Mm,
maybe while that guy was doing all that trickery with his hands in the bushes and all that, that he may have been dropping the blood at that time.
hmm.
And I also think that we need to consider that the cops can lie. They don't have to tell us the truth.
Oh, yeah.
And then another thing I find really interesting is the fact that if I'm worth millions of dollars and I make millions of dollars a year and something happened to my mom, me and my mom don't even get along, but if I had that much money, I would give it no questions asked. I mean, if she thought the first one was real and then the second one, but no money was ever exchanged. And for her to be worth that much money, there's no way in the world we're starting off at such a low amount of money when they're asking for 4 million.
I said the exact same thing. When the
So why are we
reward,
waiting for, right? Why are we waiting all these days when you know that she has health issues?
yeah, I said the same thing. Even the reward money, when this first happened and the first initial reward was only $2,500.
It
It was
makes no sense.
Yes, I looked
None.
at that like that's a slap in the face, not to anybody who was going to so-called snitch, but a slap in the
Right.
face to Nancy's life. Like she's only
Right. Because
worth
if you just
2,500
take
bucks.
10% of her worth, it's more than that.
Yeah.
Nancy had more money in the bank than that. If they really wanted money, so that's how I think we get around, oh, they didn't take anything. Well, if I can get $1 million, if I can get $500,000, what am I taking your jewelry that I'm gonna have to then later go and go to pawn shops, go to all these different places, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah, and like I said, I agree. And even when Savannah did the interview a few days ago, and she said they believed two of the notes are real. She said they believed two of the notes are real.
Right,
And I had to listen to the interview a few times. And I think the second or third time I listened to it, I started thinking, well, if you believed it was real,
right.
why didn't you
Yep,
pay some money? If you literally
exactly.
believed, why didn't if my mom goes missing, I'm sorry. You can have everything in my account.
Right.
First of
Right
all,
now, immediately.
yeah, you can have it all in my
Immediately.
account because first of all, I know I'm in a position to where I can make that money again. All I gotta do is go
Right.
back to work on the news anchor or go host the Olympics, and I
Right,
can
but
make
think
that
of
money
it. Now
again.
you have a huge story to sell on top of it. Now you
Yeah.
can sell that story on top of it.
Yep.
So not only are you still making the money you would have been making, more people are going to tune in because they want anything to do, any little bits or pieces they can get about the story. So Just like that kid that went missing in Australia, and they thought, oh, the parents did it. The parents did it. They sold their story for millions of dollars when they got her back, and they found out no, the parents didn't do it.
Yep.
So she could have made that money back.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So it's
Easy.
not
And the
easy. It's
thing
not like me or you.
is right,
Me and you, I
exactly,
mean, we got to
exactly.
work like we're regular people. We got to work a 9 to 5 job or whatever. Some of us might be small business owners, things like that. We don't have that kind of money to where, we would just, we can get it like that again if we wanted to. But I still would
Right,
give them here, take all my money because I'd rather
right,
have my mom back, than anything that's in my account because I'm just going to try and, I guess, work harder to get it again. Right. I would be
right.
disappointed.
Because if
I'm
you
broke.
obtained it once, you can obtain it again,
You got it.
especially
So
with a story.
yeah. So I always thought those two things, you brought up two great points. I always said from the get-go, the reward was so small. I did I did a I did a what do you want to call it? Show on the Chalk family. They were missing. Unfortunately, they found them unalived, but it was 3 people. Okay, the son,
Hmm.
the mom, and the daughter. The FBI started off with $15,000 to tell what happened with them. And they were poor immigrants. They weren't even supposed to
Right,
be here in America. But the
right,
FBI was still offering $15,000. And they
right. But
have,
a private citizen offered 100,000.
yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot. You're
So,
right.
but then she came back and, oh, I know other families are hurting. I mean, not to make fun of her. I shouldn't talk like that. So we're gonna donate $500,000 to this, but you didn't give 500K to for your mom? What is this?
Yeah, I definitely agree with
Now
you.
you want to put up $1 million?
Mhm,
I
I
mean, the
agree.
time when people's memories are fresh and all this is immediately. You had the pull to be on the cameras, unlike any of us regular people. Why didn't you
Yep,
use that opportunity immediately
yep.
instead of letting rumors fly and all this time go by? People's memories get worse over time, not better. And now every lead that you get, you're getting leads, but where are they leading to? They haven't led anywhere.
You are correct. You are correct. And I even said from the start, it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way that I don't think like me personally, if and everybody's different, everybody can react different, obviously. But me personally, if I had the platform Savannah had, I would have been out there. I would have been, oh my God, I have this small
She should have
channel.
been in the cameras that same day, speaking to any and everybody that she could. I don't care if it was from her house on a freaking X account on Instagram. She should have been any and everywhere immediately.
Yeah,
But
and
I don't think I think something happened as soon as they got her out that house. That's what I think. And it's like,
mhm.
oh crap, what do we do now? Because first of all, if you're gonna send ransom, you're sending two. Oh, this is your due date. It doesn't work like that. Even in movies, it doesn't work like that. So it doesn't make sense. Oh, on this date or on this date. What are you talking about? So
Huge.
something's fishy with the whole situation.
Oh, it is. We just don't know. There was one comment that says they had nowhere to send it. Yes, they did. They were demanding Bitcoin. So there was a
Right.
whole
And they had the
Bitcoin
address to the
address.
Bitcoin because TMZ had it.
Yes.
So how
So
did they not have it?
there was a whole bit, and I explained in one of my videos how Bitcoin works. Just in case for people that don't know how it works, I'll break it down really quick. Bitcoin is it's you can send somebody a Bitcoin to a Bitcoin address. The address sometimes will have these funny numbers like L321068, right? And you just send it to the address, but you don't know who owns L231068. There's no name associated with it. And
Right.
it's hard to track until they take that money and they go to cash it out. Now, when they go to cash the money out, it can be tracked, but there is ways to what they call scramble it to where it's hard to explain, but where the Bitcoin can go here, there, and it bounces around a bunch of different addresses almost. And you can still be tracked, but it just takes longer to track it now. So I understand why they were asking for Bitcoin because it could be tracked, but it could take longer than, asking for cash, obviously. But yeah, there was a
Right.
place to send it, and it was just, to me, it just never made no sense. Just like there's $1 million reward now, but you still don't have nobody snitching on nobody. So
Right.
obviously, what's really going on? What's going on with
Right.
this? If it was really,
And
I
you
think,
know what
uh-huh,
else? In
go
the
ahead.
beginning, we didn't see anybody searching.
No,
We
I
didn't see
said
any
that too.
dogs tracking.
I said
We
that too.
didn't see any helicopters out there. We didn't see any drones out there. This is a
Well,
person who's has money.
the helicopter, um, when it very first happened, I don't know if you knew about this. Some people know the helicopter pilot. So when Nanos
Right.
took
Yeah.
over, Nanos fired like all the lead homicide detectives. I actually found out one of the homicide detectives on this case was his first ever homicide case. So he
Mm.
fired all the lead homicide detectives that had experience or demoted them because he had a grudge against them some sort of way. And then a
Right.
helicopter pilot, he did something with him too. So when they needed the helicopter, he couldn't go up in time, So that was one of the
Right. But
reasons.
then even the sniffers with the FBI, they didn't go out till a couple weeks later.
Yeah.
Why? Why?
I always said why the neighbors didn't start a search party, why the family didn't start a search party, why the church didn't start a search party.
Right. And
Nobody
then the
started
whole
a
thing
search
in the
party.
beginning didn't make sense. And they had to retract stuff from the first statement they made. Oh, she didn't show up to church. And then we found out, oh, she hasn't gone to church since 2020.
Yep.
And so then until like the last few days, I didn't find out that I apparently she goes to a friend's house and watches church with them. I found that out a couple, it's all just very bizarre. How come none of her friends have come out and say, please, Nancy, we need you, we miss you? Nobody's come out, no neighbors have come out on the media and really said anything. On YouTube channels, yes, but people are just walking their dogs down the street like it's another day in the neighborhood. You should be
Yeah.
terrified if this happened to your neighbor, because this could be you.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, like I
That's
said,
the
you are
common
right.
sense thought, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, if they
You
could take her, they could take us.
you
We
are
walk down
right.
the street, we jog down the street, and there's no lights here. So the fact that they told us, oh, there's no way for us to get this information, she doesn't know if her mom has a Ring camera or a freaking Nest, whatever. So let me tell you something. I'm not rich, but I work every day. My mom, bless her soul, she passed away a couple weeks ago.
So
But
sorry about that.
thank you. I'm not rich, and like I said before, we didn't really get along. But when my mom started deteriorating a couple years ago, I got her one of those life alert things. Now the life alerts, I think it was like $40 a month. You have to pay something up front. It was $40 a month. It had GPS, it had fall detection.
You there, Stim? Still? Stim, you there? Oh, sounds like she went out. Oh no. All right. You're welcome to call back in, Stim. I think it got disconnected. You're welcome to call back or whatever. Thanks a lot for sharing your thoughts, that story. Thanks a lot for that. I really appreciate that. I got somebody else coming in here. But yeah, from the start, everything was just kind of fishy from the start. Even with the $2,500 reward, I thought from the start, like, some people's rent, depending on where you live, is not even $2,500. It's more than that. If you live in California and your house rent is $2,500, you're most likely in the hood somewhere. I'm just gonna tell you how it is. If you're in New York City and your rent's $2,500, you're probably in the hood somewhere. You know, So most people's rent is not even $2,500. I always thought that was, that was weird. All right, guys, let me put you into the room. On your end, let me hold on real quick. Let me see here. Does it still say guest room on you guys' end? If it says the green room, guest room, see if you can switch it. It's like I said, I think I have to redo my settings once I turn this off, because it did an update and all my settings just went haywire. Who's that? Psyop. Psyop, are you still in here? Let me know, Psyop, if you're still in here. Hey, Frank, thanks for joining in, Frank. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hey, Stem, you can type in the comments. Does it still saying you're in the green room? Let me know if it says you're in the green room still. You shouldn't be. Oh, there you go. You're back?
I think so.
Yes, you are. Hey, do me a favor. When you call in, it tells you you're in the green room, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does it ever tell you like when I like assign you to a guest or anything like that? Do you see that? Or does it tell you anything like that?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay. I'm going to have to redo all this once I get done. Thanks for letting me know that.
Okay, no problem. I just want to finish my thought and then I'll let you
Go ahead.
go. Um, so basically what I was saying is a few years ago, when my mom started deteriorating, I got her a life alert. You could wear it like a bracelet or you could wear it around your neck like a necklace. And it would give you fall detection. It would give you like if there's a loud noise, it would give you like all these different types of alerts.
Yeah.
And so if anything like that happens, they call the person whose name it's in, the nearest family member, whatever. So I'm just wondering if she was a fall risk, if she had all these issues, why didn't she have something like that?
You know what? I wondered the same thing too.
It even had GPS, actually. So if she was traveling or something, it even had GPS.
The only thing I can think about was that maybe they had some sort of device, maybe with their phones. That's the only thing I can think about, was maybe they had
Well,
something with their phones, because I do
well,
know.
the Find Me on the Apple Watch, they had that, so maybe that's why. And it was also hooked up to the pacemaker. That's probably why,
Yeah,
actually.
and then one, I did read a report and I saw a report. I think it was on one of Brian Enton's channels, that or Ashley Banfield, I don't remember, but the app, the pacemaker, that
Hmm.
Annie also had the same app on her phone. So let's say if she had a heart attack or something like that, it would alert
It should
Annie's
have
phone.
notified her.
You
It should
got
have
it.
notified her.
You
Cause
got
see,
it.
when I worked with kids in like who had diabetes and stuff like that, parents could have that app on their phone. If their blood sugar, it would send you alerts. So if there was
Yes.
anything out of the ordinary, it would send you an alert saying, "Oh, this the patient's blood sugar's low."
Yep.
So I'm sure they have that for cardiac things too. If you can put it on an iPhone, that's typically how those things work.
I'm pretty sure. And I want to
All right. Well,
say
I will let you go.
no
Thank you so
problem.
much for your time.
Thank you so much for calling in. All right. You have a great night. Thank you for being a supporter. Okay.
You're welcome. Bye
All
bye.
right. Have a good one. All right. Psyop. Is that how you pronounce it? I know you've been waiting for a while. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, man?
Nothing much. And before you get started, I want to say thanks, Jits Jelly, for being a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting. But go ahead. What's your thoughts? What you got to say?
I've been a fan for a while, Ray. I think you're the chosen one.
Oh, thanks, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you. I just try. I try my best. I try.
Yeah, so when it comes to this case, I think it has something to do with the government because, you know, there's a couple of things. First, why did Savannah call the senator instead of the police? That part. And then Trump's like brief appearance with Cash, like they didn't really do anything, but kind of felt like a signal that only certain people would know. And then Savannah's brother, he worked in intelligence, and he also knew, you know, that that it was a kidnapping right away or whatever, and he blamed it on Savannah. And then Savannah's husband also, is someone I've been wondering about because we haven't seen him once, and his connection to the Clintons. And around the time where Nancy was kidnapped, the Clintons were getting pressed for the the hearing for Epstein, you know, and that kind
Yep.
of just went away. And yeah, so that's kind of what I feel like is going on. Just because we don't really know what's going on, they're not going to tell us, you know.
Oh yeah, they're gonna keep a lot of things um shut. I do believe they have something else that they're not telling us, whether it's another picture or video. I believe they do have something they're not telling us. Now, if they don't have anything, then they're probably not. If they don't have anything besides what we know, they're not going to solve it anytime soon. It's not going to happen. If this is what we got, is what they got too, we're all on a clue wondering what's happening, you know? And as far as your theory on, more involvement, especially government wise, I mean, I cannot knock it. I can't whatsoever because things that you are saying, it makes sense, especially with, and I brought this up in my live. I did a live a couple days ago, and I showed the clip of Trump getting on a helicopter or the plane, and they're asking him, and he's like, I think we have a solution. And I was like, what
Yeah.
does he mean by a solution? And
Yep.
they were like, what, do you think they're going to find Nancy? And he's like, no, I think we have a solution. I'm like, what does he mean by that? A solution? Like, and I
It's
just
not
thought
for
that,
us to know.
yeah. And I thought that comment was odd for him to
Yeah.
say that. And as you said, with all the kind of, that's the government officials that's involved. We know we have Savannah's husband, who Savannah's husband is known to be a fixer for the Clintons. So that's something
Yep.
you can Google yourself and it pops right. Or, you can read articles on that. He worked with the Clintons, and we all know the Clintons had this background of, I guess if you want to say, messing things up, and he had to fix it. Um,
Yeah.
then
It
you
was in the
have
Epstein.
Yep. And then you have the Epstein files to where she was interviewing people. One lady, one victim, ended up taking her own life, unfortunately, rest in peace. She took her own life, as they say. I mean, who knows, but she took her own life. And then she had that interview in, what was it, 2011, and they never released the interview. So I wondered what was said during that interview. Whatever what was said in that interview, Savannah knows, she has that information. And then I also wonder who was there with Savannah doing the interview. Was it just Savannah and the cameraman? Was a room full of people? Because if it was just Savannah and the cameraman and maybe a producer, that interview, that victim could be comfortable of saying a whole lot more because there's not that many people in there. And I wonder who else is in the room. The cameraman, who is he? Is he still here? Is he alive? Anybody in his family were missing? So you bring up a lot of points that, I've thought about plenty of times that you really can't say, no, this didn't happen. You can't say that.
Yeah. I mean, Savannah, about the interview, you were just saying, um, you know, how she said that the brother blamed her, and like her only involvement that I could think of would be that Epstein interview, you know?
Yeah. And I think if it was some sort of higher up thing, if it was, I think it would have to deal with that because I mean, even right now, they're going to New Mexico to the Epstein Ranch to go dig around the ranch because they believe there's bodies that's been buried there that's victims. So if this is true, and they do find bodies that's there, that's victims, we know Epstein didn't do it himself. We know he didn't do it. Somebody else was doing this. Who was he hiring? What kind of goons did he have to do this? So if he's capable of doing that, who's to say that somebody's not capable of taking Nancy as a way to be like, shh, Savannah, you need to shut up, you know?
Yeah, who's to say that, everything that we're seeing is all just political theater and fake?
Yeah. And there's a comment right there. Savannah's mom disliked Trump. Yeah, Savannah, when you go to her Nancy, when you go to Nancy's Facebook, she posted a lot of political things. A lot. Trump at one point didn't even like Savannah. You guys can go look back to when Savannah was doing the debate. Savannah was doing one of the commentators are hosting a debate, and she was pressuring Trump. Trump didn't like Trump actually had comments afterwards about her. So, I mean, there's a little history on that some people either don't remember or just don't know. I remember that.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something going on underneath the surface, that only they know about, and but it's playing out in the world stage, and they're getting kind of clumsy with the cover up, which is why things just kind of don't make sense at all.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the thing. Government's always been covering something up from us all the time. I mean, you can go to your history books and you can read about what was it? I think the Tuskegee trials a long time ago, back in like the 50s or 60s, when they were taking, let's say, I think it was
The
African
AIDS,
Americans and giving them a shot,
yeah, the
and not telling them,
pilots.
not telling them what the shot was for, but there's always been some sort of cover up that a government has done to pull over people because they don't want to tell them the truth, right? But the difference now is we have social media, we have the world at our fingertips, we have the world right here on our cell phones and our laptops. We have access to things that we didn't have even 20 years ago, 15 years ago, some of us even 10 years ago, right? So we have so much access now that it's harder to even pull the cover over us because we can see things now. We can research it for ourselves. Now you still have sheep that are out there that will believe anything and what everybody says, unfortunately, just like people who look at the Facebook timeline for news and believe every post that's on there without researching it first. But hey, it's part of life, it's part of government. You go to other countries where they do propaganda. Other countries, they do propaganda. They say, oh, this is bad, but it's really not. Our country does it sometimes. This is bad. There was a clip, it was a clip CNN showed. I never forget this. I want to say maybe 10 or 15 years ago. They showed a clip of these retail stores on fire. Okay. And then they came out and they were saying, oh, there's a riot going on in Russia. I think that's what they said, Russia. There's a riot going on in Russia and things like that. Come to find out, the clip was not even from Russia. It was from some other country. So this stuff happens, and either you fall for it or either you question it and then you research it.
It's only going to get worse, man. I don't know if you've heard of the dead internet theory, but um, have you heard of it?
I don't think so. Repeat that again. What was it?
The dead internet theory?
I don't know. Repeat. What is that? Especially for the viewers that
It's
don't know.
basically, when you go online and like look at the YouTube comments and stuff, a lot of the internet is like just, AI bots. So, and they're faking their engagement and stuff like that to boost numbers, and that translates to more profits, corporate profits as well. They do that with the streaming world now too. So things are getting real distorted just, based on the incentives that are out there.
Yes. Actually, I have heard of that theory. I just didn't know that what it was called. So yeah, I have heard of that. Oh man, I
It
mean,
creates like a false reality, online. So that's why people are so divided,
mm-hmm.
because they have their own specific algorithm tailored to them, and they utilize that kind of tech on us, and it's gonna get real spooky soon.
Well, it is. I believe. I mean, I honestly believe that a lot of times our government actually wants us divided. They want to divide us in some sort of way
Oh, for
because,
sure.
yeah, because division equals money. When you start getting to a
Divide and
certain,
conquer.
yeah, and when you start getting to a certain point, let's say in politics, it becomes money. Companies are involved. Fortune 500 companies are involved. Lobbyists, things like that, and unfortunately, let's just say for example, which probably will never happen, how many people are in America? How many people are in America? I mean, there's 30 to 40 million people in California alone. So if you take, I think it's a billion of us, if we all one day and we woke up and decided to be on, let's say, the same side, all of us, and was like, you know what? We're tired of our government. We're tired because in our Constitution, we actually have the right to overthrow our government. A lot of people don't know this. We have the constitutional right that if we don't feel the government is, serving the people justice, we have the right to overthrow them. But the problem is, not everybody comes together on certain things to even do this, see this, or acknowledge this. So if we all woke up one day and we were all on the same side, we're like, you know what? This is what we want our country to be like. They don't want that to happen. They don't want that because they're going to lose money. They're going to lose power. They're going to lose division. So yeah, everything you're saying, it makes sense. Everything makes sense. So I would not be shocked. And this is why I said before in the beginning of my chat, I wouldn't be shocked if they arrested somebody over this who was completely innocent and did not do it just so they
For
can
sure.
close the case. And that is the one thing I am scared that's going to happen. They're going to arrest somebody. First of all, somebody that probably doesn't have a lot of money, which means they're going to give him a court appointed attorney. Not he can pick his own, but a court appointed attorney. And this attorney is probably not going to pick the holes and fight for him or her the way it should be. If they arrest just one person on this case, I know for a fact, because it's more than one, I know it's more than one person involved. So if they arrest just one person, this one person goes to jail, I know right there, hey, yeah, these people are trying to pull something over us. They really are,
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past the government to do something like that.
I wouldn't either. But I want to say, man, that, thank you for calling in. Thank you for being, a supporter. I really appreciate that. It's people like you, that make me keep going. And hey, I'm always going to be the same. I'm always going to acknowledge you guys because you guys make me who I am. So thank you so much.
All right, man. Have a good night.
All right, you too. I mean, how do you guys feel about that? How do you guys feel of what he said? He said that, possibly the government could be involved with this, So how do you feel about that? And, I told him that it makes sense. Because the person hasn't been caught. It's been damn near 2 months. We have we have no suspect. That's positive. We got a bunch of theories, but we have no positive suspect. We have no Nancy. We have zero, nothing that we know about, And you have the FBI on the case. They were on the case from the first week, pretty much. They came in. Or first couple weeks. So if the government is involved, hey, I mean, it would make sense because the government can cover things up. It's plain and simple. We have nobody on camera that's not, they're telling us there's no getaway car. That's what they're saying. I don't know how they managed to avoid every single traffic cam once they got out of the neighborhood. There's no traffic cams in the neighborhood, but once you get out, there's going to be some traffic cams. Now, I showed you guys in the video before, there is a way that you could avoid. But if you're trying to, let's say, go to Mexico, you're not avoiding no traffic cams. You're going to hit some. So these people avoided all traffic cams. How in 2026? How? How does that happen? Just looking at some of your comments. Bluster says, in this corrupt region, yes. There was a comment earlier I said, or somebody put, they said, we're human, we all make mistakes, right? Sorry, I did see a comment. Yes, we are human. We all do make some sort of mistake in our life. Whether we regret it or not, we all make some sort of mistake. Yes, when the bots are commenting, you're correct. Diamond Girl said, this case is so weird that I wouldn't doubt it. Frog says, Charlie Kirk is taking care of Nancy. Forbidden says, it makes sense what the caller said. It does. Fuge says, you are amazing and props to you. Thank you. Thank you for that comment. I appreciate that. I try to do the best that I can. I really try. I just like to be real with you guys. Give you no fluff. I know some creators, they talk about Nancy every single day, which is fine. You always want to keep her in the spotlight. I get it. I try not to only bring up Nancy unless I have an update or a new theory that I want to approach, bring to you guys. And then between that, I want to bring you cases of other people that I think need the spotlight as well, okay? So, just in case you're wondering, Patriot says, I don't think the government. Epstein may still be running around, perhaps wearing a high-tech mask. Hey, you know what? Who in here went to Epstein's funeral? Who in here seen Epstein's dead body up close? I mean, you have a point. You never know. I wish someone would go to Paradise Valley and chat with Abanusi. Ooh. I wonder if somebody would be brave enough to do that, right? Question still remains, Bella Kim. How did they get in the house and take her without disturbing anything? Well, if it's that blue door that we saw earlier in Brian Enton's video, I will let you know. If it's that blue door, those doors are easy to break into. You can break into those doors with 2 butter knives. So they are easy to break into. They're not hard. It could be a diversion for something else, Irene says. River Life says, someone call in. Yeah, remember, if you're new to the thing, you can hit that link. You can call in, give me your theory, go right on ahead. Your thoughts, I don't care what it is. On this channel, we're not going to put you down. We don't do that here. Okay? What we do is we take your theory, we either, try and make sense of it or say why it's false, one of the two, that's all. Southern California girl says, great show tonight. Thank you, So Cali. Wonder Woman says, Tina and the scammer with the military tablet. The military tablet. Confidential says, we admire you for having your own tube channel. Thank you. Thank you. Funny thing is, when I created this channel, I sat on this channel for almost a year till I figured out exactly what I wanted to do with this channel. I sat on it for about a year. Blucky Jones says, Ray, what about the brother being former intelligence? We need to look into his background. Maybe revenge type. You are correct. You know what? I will admit, I never did a background search on Cameron or Cam. I never did. One of the reasons why was because you really did not suspect him. Nobody suspected Cam really until the interview came out. Once that interview came out and Savannah said, oh, I think your mother was, I think mom was abducted, kidnapped for ransom, and then we find out he was intelligence and things like that. Then we all start looking sideways. So yeah, I need to do I'll see what pops up. I'll do one on him. Actually, you know what? Let me look right now. I'll look right now and see. Let's see. We'll do this in real time. It'd be crazy if Tina pops up on his background too. How old is he? How old is he? Hey, how old is the brother? Anybody know how old he is? Let me know how old he is. All right, 61 it looks like. 61. Says, won't find anything on Cameron. He been wiped clean. Good luck. Hey, I would not be shocked. I'm about to find out right now. I'm not going to show everything because I don't want to put everything on blast, but I will tell you what I find if I find something. Let's see. How old did it say he was? He is 61. All right, let's see. 61 years old. All right. I found him. Let's see what pops up. Oh, he's got a lot of addresses. This man's definitely been in the military. All around the nation. Hold on, let's see what happens here. Let's see what we can find. University of Arizona he went to. He was at March Air Force Base, Nevada, Reno. Hey, who's Tallulah Guthrie? Anybody heard of Tallulah Guthrie? Who's Tallulah Guthrie? If anybody's heard of Tallulah Guthrie, let me know. I am still looking. Let's see here. So far, nothing out of the ordinary. It looks very clean. Oh, except for a ticket back in 1988 for no helmet on the motorcycle. He has a business. He does have a business. I'm gonna look and see what this business is exactly. He does have a business. His commercial pilot license, he has that. He has a commercial pilot's license. Let me see what his business does. So yeah, nothing out the ordinary on him. But like a commenter said earlier, even if it was out the ordinary, they probably would have erased it. Let's see what his business is for. If I can find it. Can't really find what his business does. Interesting. Yeah, it's one thing I don't see is what his business does. But he does have a business. I won't disclose it yet, but I'm pretty sure somebody's going to find it. Somebody's going to find it. I don't want to be the first one to put it on blast. Tallulah, you think is the daughter. Ah, okay. That's just the name I never heard of that popped up on his check. What search are you using for background check? I use a couple. I use Truth Finder, and I also use Insta Checkmate or Checkmate Insta. So I use a couple. Truth Finder and Insta Checkmate. And then Julia, who you guys know helps me do my research, she uses another one herself. So together we use like 3 or 4. Yes, the paid version. Yeah, they're all paid. So I do the monthly membership. So for you guys supporting this channel, this is how I get the resources. So I do all the resources. I do everything paid. So that way I can try and find the, exact things. And then what I'll do is what I find, I try and cross-reference it. So for example, if I see an address pop up, I'll take that address and do a search on that address. Maybe sometimes I'll even do a property search to make sure it cross-reference, Tallulah is an old name. There was no age on, actually, hold on. Let me see. Let me click on it. I can click on it, see what it tells me. Let's see who you are. Who are you? Hold on. There's no age for this person. But the interesting thing is they have the same location as Cameron, the exact same location as Cam. It could be a one of the children, possibly. They have a business too. What is their business? They just started their business last year. See if I can see what theirs is. What is the location of their business? The location is the house, of course. Yeah, I don't know exactly what this person's is too, but it could be a child because the location's the same as Cam, so it could be. Yes, you're right. Kristen is the wife. I did see that. So yes, you are probably right. This is how you stalk your ex. Oh, this is how you stalk your ex. Did you ever see if Luke's mom has a criminal record? I don't remember. I did look her up. I don't remember if she had a criminal record or not. That was a good question. I don't remember. That was how I found out about Kayla, actually. Once Luke got arrested, I found out about Kayla because Kayla is on his stuff. Please make sure you guys like. All right, please like. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Y'all with the jokes, I see. Let me see here. Oh, I gotta save this video.
The family of
Sorry, I gotta save a video to dig in for another case. Video just popped up, actually, of a woman I gotta look into in her case, but I'm looking for something else. Let's see here. I didn't even look at the Savannah Guthrie, the part 4, whatever it is, Dateline. I didn't even look at that. Let's see here. Trying to see if anybody's live out there. It would be what, 850, 750 out there? So probably not. It's probably getting dark. So probably not. But I just wanted to see. Everybody's talking about the back door. I see some AI channels lying, saying they found Nancy. I don't even know how these channels exist doing this stuff. I don't even know how these channels exist lying like that. Let's see what this person has to say. I just want to see what this person has to say real quick. Let's see what this guy has to say. It's entitled Savannah's First Interview. She knows more than she said. He said Savannah's first interview. She knows more than she said. So
welcome back to my channel. Thank you all for being here today. I had an opportunity.
This is Brew Crew Beyond 50. I want to give him, a little shout out since I want to watch what he's got to say.
To watch the Savannah Guthrie interview. And I don't know about.
It looks like he's a judge. This is my first time seeing him. So it says Judge Brewer, and then he's got the coat. So he's a judge. So let's see what he's got to say.
All, but if you had an opportunity to watch it as well, something to me just didn't sit right in this interview. And it wasn't the emotion or the tears, but.
Thank you, Wonder Woman. She said, shout out the sponsor. Happy Panda Nootropic Energy Drink. Okay. Hold on. Let me switch the view real quick. So yes, Happy Panda Nootropic Energy Drink. It comes in these really cool cans, as you see, different flavors. All right. All natural ingredients, as in like it supports mental energy, focus, and enhances reaction time. B vitamins, electrolytes, and L-theanine. Caffeine, if you want to know the caffeine, is 150 milligrams, so it's one of the lowest caffeinated energy drinks they're out. I'm not an energy drink drinker. I am really not. Because I hate how it gives you that jittery feeling. But this one I actually can drink, and it tastes good. I like the taste of it. It tastes like you're drinking juice. So if you ever want to try some, you can go to www.drinkhappypanda.com. www.drinkhappypanda.com. Put in the code HP Fugitive TV. Put in the code HP Fugitive TV. That lets them know that I sent you. All right, let's continue on what the judge has to say.
But maybe by the way that she chose her words, because Savannah, she's not just a daughter in this case. She's a seasoned journalist. And when someone like that speaks publicly during an active investigation, they don't just talk. They filter and they measure. And sometimes they just say just enough.
I'm going to subscribe to him.
Without saying everything. So today, I want to talk to you about this and more importantly, what it may actually mean for this investigation moving forward. Because if you listened closely, there's more here than most people are hearing. And I'll tell you this right now, there's at least 3 moments in that interview that from an investigative standpoint should make you stop and look at this case differently. And we're going to walk through all of them. So stay with me. Now, from the very beginning, Savannah, she shut down something immediately.
Slow talking, I should say. Slow talking.
Her mother did not wander off. She couldn't. We're talking about an 84-year-old woman. She had severe pain, limited mobility. Some days she couldn't even make it out to the mailbox.
All right, so we know
now,
we should.
Why is this important? Because in law enforcement,
we know that.
Now, let's talk about something that didn't get enough attention, but it should have. The back door. The back door. It was propped open. And it was still open when the family arrived. Now, we'll stop right here because people hear that and they move on, but you shouldn't. Nobody props a door open for no reason. That is behavior. It's intention. So what are the possibilities? Movement in and out, someone following behind, or multiple people operating at the same time.
Who makes it?
Now
That's a
layer
good
this
question.
with another fact. Nancy, she was taken out the front door from what
Never asked
we
that.
gather.
I'll ask.
So why is the back door still open? That is not random. It suggests activity happened in different areas of this home and all at the same time. And when you combine that with the timeline, that 40-minute window, you start to see something structured here. It's not chaotic and it's not a rush scene. It's a very much controlled scene. And if that's true, then this case may be a lot more organized, a lot more than people are comfortable admitting. Now, Savannah also told us that her mother was taken in her pajamas with no shoes, no medicine. Now, emotionally, that hits hard. But analytically, it's critical because that tells you that there was no time, no preparation, and no cooperation. This wasn't a conversation. This was an action. And here's the part that really matters. If she didn't have hearing aids, if she didn't have her glasses, then this wasn't just vulnerable. She was likely disoriented and confused.
So we know that.
I mean, she's 84. She's unable to fully process what was happening, even more targeted. Now we move into the physical evidence, the blood on the front porch. There are indications that Nancy was upright, standing, moving, possibly being assisted. And within that, there appears to be a pattern, possibly a footwear impression. Now, think about that. If she was barefoot, that pattern doesn't belong to her.
Nootropic, yes.
Which means someone else was there, moving through that same space. And if that's confirmed, that's not theory anymore. It's evidence. And this next part, this is where Savannah herself becomes one of the most important pieces of this case.
Thank you.
This is where I want to slow down and visit this a little longer because this is the part that most people are missing. Savannah Guthrie, she's not just a daughter in this case. She's a journalist, and not just any journalist. She's someone who has spent years around investigations, around law enforcement, and around high-profile cases. She understands. She understands what information is sensitive, what can impact an investigation, and what should never be, even in trauma, even in grief. You don't just separate yourself from that overnight. So when Savannah speaks, she's navigating two roles at the same time. A daughter and a trained communicator. And those two things, they don't always align, because emotionally she wants to say everything, but professionally she knows that she can't. So what does she do? She walks a line.
Good point.
She gives you the truth, but she gives you the controlled truth. And if you listen closely, you can feel it. Moments where she steps short, and moments where she chooses words very carefully. Moments where she says just enough, but not everything.
This is probably why, if you guys watched my live before, I was kind of, I wouldn't say angry, but disappointed at, what's her name? Hoda? I was disappointed why Hoda didn't have follow-up questions. I wanted follow-up questions. Some things Nancy said left us on the cliffhanger, and I just wanted follow-up questions. So like when she said the door was left open, the back door, my follow-up question would have been like, well, how was it left open? You get it? So this might be why she didn't do the follow-up questions. Maybe she wasn't allowed to do those questions.
And once you see that, you start hearing her entire interview differently. Now, this is where it gets very interesting, because Savannah refers to a kidnapper, singular. But everything that we've just talked about doesn't feel singular. The back door is open, the front door exit, movement and timing, control. So why say one? Two possibilities. That's what she's been told, or that's what she's allowed to say.
See, another great point. So he is bringing up great points. Great points. Because I even would have had a follow-up question. If I was interviewing Savannah and I had free reign, some people don't know this. So when you do interviews, when you do an interview, especially if it's on an open case or something like that, whatever you want, and you're the interviewer, okay? Sometimes the interviewee, the person doing the interview, will give you a list of things of not to ask. And you're not supposed to ask them, but there's cases where there will be an interviewer who will ask the question anyway, and you can kind of tell because the person getting interviewed will get angry. This happened with Mike Tyson when he went to Canada, and the interviewer was asking Tyson about his RAPE case he had, 30 years ago, whatever it was. And Tyson looked at the man like he was about to beat him up on the spot. And Tyson said something like, wait, why are you talking about? He was not supposed to talk about that. So I wonder if she had things that she wasn't allowed to ask. As in ask. I wonder if it was kind of pre-rehearsed. You know what I mean? These are questions you can ask and we're going to rehearse this, but don't do a follow-up, because that is what happens sometimes.
And knowing her background, you can't ignore that possibility. Now, Savannah said she believes at least 2 ransom notes are real.
Good night,
now, most
Rita.
people hear
Thank
that
you for
and they
joining
think,
in.
okay, this is about money. But let's slow down here, because real doesn't always mean truthful. Sometimes it just means it came from someone connected. And that someone may not be trying to collect money. They may be trying to control the investigation. Now, stay with me, because here's how that works.
Bucky says, Hoda has been her friend for 20 years. She's not going to push her as she's a random guest interview. Here's the thing. It's not pushing. it's called journalism, right? So as me getting into this space and trying to learn from the best journalists that you can learn from, a journalist, what they're supposed to do is they're supposed to extract the information out of the situation or the individual and then present it to you, the viewer, the best way they can, even without being biased, right? So as an interviewer, there's a way that you can interview people, with follow-up questions that will not be pushy. You can still be empathetic, you can still have sympathy, but there's a way you can do it without being pushy. So for example, when she talked about Cameron and she said, and everybody, this is why Cameron is on the radar now, where people are looking at Cameron sideways. This is exactly why. She said before she even got to Arizona, she was on the phone with Cameron and she was like, is it me? Is it my fault? And Cameron said, I think so. Like he said it right. I think so. I think she was kidnapped for ransom. Since she didn't come up with a follow-up question, now we're all looking at Cameron sideways, right? But if there was a proper follow-up question, that could have been easily debunked. So let's say if I was interviewing, or maybe somebody else, maybe if Brian, this is why I like Brian Enton so much. If you watch a Brian Enton interview, he has great follow-up questions with empathy behind it, and it's not pushy. So as soon as she said, when Cameron was like, yes, I think it's you, my follow-up question to her would have been like, Savannah, why do you think it's you? Why? What do you what could you have possibly done to make it think it's you? You get where I'm going? And then when Cameron said, yeah, I think she got kidnapped for ransom, my follow-up would have been after that, well, Cameron was there at the scene. Why did he believe that? What did he see? Why did he believe that? But since there was no follow-up question, now people's minds are wondering like, wait, how did he know that? You get where I'm going? So there's a way that could have been done without being pushy. But the problem is, I don't think that she was allowed to do it. I think that this was kind of pre-rehearsed, or they gave her almost like a script where ask this, but let Savannah talk. Ask this, but then let Savannah talk. You know who did this? And what hurt her? Now, I'm not big into politics for president and all this or whatever, but Kamala Harris did this during her campaign run. She did this. This is why her interviews, all of them were only a certain amount of time. She would give the interviewer a script and they were only allowed to ask certain questions. And I think that kind of hurt her in the long run. As in, like, you had another candidate, I'm not saying none of them did that, but you have other candidates that were out there and they would give longer interviews because sometimes it wasn't, I would say, pre-scripted. They were allowed to ask whatever they want, but everyone kind of does that in a way when it comes to interviews. You either have certain questions you can't ask, or they will tell you certain topics you can't talk about.
Works. A ransom note, it creates a financial narrative. Now, investigators, they look at money, debt, opportunity, but what if it's not the real motive here? Now you've shifted the entire focus, and that's misdirection. If communication stops after the note, you create a pause.
His name is
People
Brew
wait.
Crew Beyond 50.
Momentum
Please follow him.
slows.
Brew Crew Beyond 50. I
And
just found
that's
him in
misdirection. If the
myself.
tone or language is crafted in a certain way, you shape the suspect profile. That's misdirection. And here's the part that people miss.
They should have had Nancy Grace. Oh, I love Nancy. I used to hate Nancy when I was younger. I used to be like, why is this woman always yelling on the screen? But now that I'm doing this, I actually learn a lot from Nancy. I watch her and I learn to speak what's on my mind and not have a filter to a certain degree. Now, I'm not going to yell at you like she does, but I learned from her Speak what's on your mind. You don't have to have a filter. But Nancy can go one or two ways. She could be empathetic with you, or she can yell at you. One of the two ways, which I've come to find out she's yelling at you because she's very passionate in what she believes in. So I can't fault her for that. Can't fault her.
Yes. It affects the public too. Not everyone is looking for ransom behavior instead of something else. You know, it's powerful. So the question belongs, are these notes real communication? Or are they just
you would be a great journalist? Thank you.
To buy time.
Thank you. Hey,
and
I'm working my way towards
stay ahead of the game. And when you put all that together with everything else, this case, it starts to look very different. Now, Savannah, she said something that stuck with me. She wondered if this case happened because of her. That's survivor guilt. But it also introduces motive, because if Nancy was targeted because of who her daughter is, then this wasn't random. And that means someone understood her vulnerability, her environment, and her connection. And that it changes everything. And at the end of the day, you can analyze every word, you can analyze every detail and every movement. But this all comes back to one truth. An 84-year-old mother was taken from her home in the middle of the night without her shoes, without her medication, and without a chance. And somewhere out there, someone knows exactly what happened. They may think that time is on their side, but I'm going to tell you, it's not. Because cases like this, they don't fade. They build, they tighten, and eventually they break. So if you're new here, subscribe to my channel, because
yeah, you guys go follow him. He gave some good insights. I just found him just now, and I know some of you guys in the chat were saying you know about him. Brew Crew Beyond 50. We got about the same amount of subscribers, actually, 23,000. He's looks like he's a judge, and he looks like he was an ex-police officer by looking in the background. So Brew Crew Beyond 50. He gave some good insights to that, actually. Very good. Avalon Park says, Fugitive, I can't wait to see you and Nancy Grace giving your insight on the case. It will happen soon. It's going to happen. Nancy Grace, Ray, what did you just say? With your yelling voice. What did you just say? I should narrate children's audio. I can't even say it because I'm laughing so hard. Children's audiobooks. Yeah, Brew Crew Beyond 50 is the guy's name. So make sure if you liked what he was talking about, he gave some good insight. He did. The one thing he said at the end, though, could be questionable, I think. He said cases like this will start to build, but the problem is there's a lot of cases we know of missing people that were never found. You know what? I want to see their statistics on this real quick. Let me see something. Real quick. Statistics of FBI not solving missing persons case. Let me see. Let's see what this says. Let's see. I'm just reading what these statistics are. I'm asking AI real quick. See if AI knows exactly. So what it does is it kind of gives you a breakdown. So it gives you a breakdown of FBI's National Crime Information tracks missing persons recorded rather than trash solve rates, as many cases are resolved when individuals return home or are located by local agencies. Okay, so in 2024, the NCIC contained 93,447 active missing person records. That's so in 2024 was almost 100,000 people just in that 1 year. But then it tells you total annual entries during 2024. Wow, 500,000 people. 500,000 people in 2024. That's a lot of people, y'all. 2024, 500,000 people were entered as missing people. And then you have to think about not everybody's entered too. You have people that don't have families or people that don't care, which is sad, and they could be missing land somewhere and those people aren't even accounted for. You know how many of those were abducted by a stranger? You ready for this number? I don't know if this is going to be correct or not. I really don't know if this is correct. Out of 500,000 people that they said went missing, how many was abducted by a stranger? Hey, before I give you this number, what do you think? 500,000 people in 2024 that got entered into the missing people's person system. It's giving me a number of how many people were abducted by a stranger. Ray dropped the skincare routine. Patriot Aubrey says, I'm just going over some of your comments I missed. Fugitive TV, have you ever heard of EMDR for trauma? Works for MK Ultra and deep stuff. Savannah needs that at some point. I do know about MK Ultra, but I don't know if I know about EMDR. I will look that up. Probably, wow. Wait. Probably 200. You almost hit it correctly. Out of all those people, 290. I don't know if this is correct, but it says out of 500,000 people that was put into the missing person data system, 293 people were abducted by a stranger, somebody they didn't even know. Only 293 people. That is 0.1%. Meaning, everybody else who was abducted by somebody, they knew them. So only 0.1% was abducted by an actual stranger that they didn't know. You got that correct on the. I was just using regular Google AI. I didn't sign it to my ChatGPT or my Gemini. Yeah, she got that correct. She got that correct. 200. I mean, she was 93 people off, but still, I mean, that was close. 0.1% of people get abducted or got abducted in 2024. 0.1% of by a total stranger. So that even, if you were applying this to Nancy's case, guys, if you applied this to Nancy's case, that means there's a 1% chance Nancy got abducted by somebody she doesn't know. Actually, sorry, a 0.1% chance that Nancy got abducted by somebody that she does not even know or the family does not know. 0.1% chance if you were going off this. Oh, somebody earlier said drop my age. I am actually 47. I'll be 48 this year. That's why he said drop the skincare routine. Somebody said, what about the little kids? Let me see if it gives me that stat for kids. For kids, it said 1% was abducted by a non-custodial parent. Like I said, I don't know if these numbers are correct. Okay, this is just, I just Googled real quick and used AI. This is just Google AI, so not ChatGPT. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can get the actual official numbers on this without AI. And then what I'll do is I'll do a video on this. Yeah, I'll do a video on this. I'm curious to see if I can actually pull correct, official numbers on this. And I wonder if these numbers are including Native women. Because Native women, nobody's looking for them and they go missing all the time. Lucky Jones says, I highly doubt that's the case. A random stranger would have no interest in taking her away from her home. Said the same thing. And even if it was a random person that person in the mask, I still think somebody's behind it that orchestrated it. That's personally what I believe. Whoever was at the house, I think they were just sent there. I don't know why or by who. Sagittarius in the house. I am a Sag too. I will always believe she knew them. I notice he's not giving us a skincare routine. It must be potent. Oh, you know what the skincare routine is? You know what it is? Just don't stress. Really what it is, don't stress. Try and always be happy. Don't let the little things bother you. Stressing is what ages you. Try not to let, if it's out of your control, I know it's hard, but if it's out of your control, try not to let, you can't control it anyway. So many things in this world, people get mad or frustrated or angry over something they can't even control. Nope, I was born 1978. I got kids who are in their 20s. I can call my 21-year-old daughter now. I am biracial. I am mixed with everything in this world, pretty much. Black, white. I have family from Spain, Egypt. I'm native. Patriot says no one really passes a polygraph, correct? Ray, especially if someone lies all the time. Yeah, if you have because a polygraph, all it is really is just testing your nerves. That's really all it is. So if you're calm, if like you said, if you're lying all the time, if you lie all the time, and that's just even if you there's people we know, we probably all know somebody that lies so much we start thinking like, do they believe their own lies? Like they'll just lie about some random stuff, and like, do they believe their own lies? There's people out there that lie so much they believe their own lie. So they don't get nervous about it. Perfect Me says, just found you and sub. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love the glasses in your profile picture. Look at the swag. See if I could find something else too for you guys. I'm probably going to go live again tomorrow too, because I got time tomorrow. Native Americans do have the higher rate of stranger abductions. Highway of Tears. And you know what I think why natives do is because I think a lot of people know, or I should say the people doing this, I think they know I think they know that, hey, if I abduct this native woman, nobody's probably gonna look for her. You get what I'm saying? So I think that's why. And that's unfortunately sad. It really is. Yeah, I was an athlete too. So I'm still very athletic. I still go out and I play basketball, baseball. I still do it all. They are gifted characters. Heinz 57 says Sages are positive people. Yes, we are. I try and take every negative. I try anyway. And I try and turn it into a positive the best way I can. Some things are hard. They are. I can't lie to you. But hey, I try. Let me see what else is on here. And I want to say thank you guys for tuning in. Once again, thank you so much. Make sure you like, subscribe. Trying to see what else we got going on here. Exploring with Jim was on the motorbike. After this live, I also got a video I'm dropping too about the Chicago businessman who got gunned down in broad daylight at like 1 p.m. So I got a video about that. That's going to drop after the video's already done. So I got that. That's going to drop tonight after the live. Oh man, some of these YouTube AI videos that are just like lying on. Oh man, I don't know if you guys run across them. I run across these AI videos that's be lying. Like one just said, "Oh, they found Nancy." I ran into another one that said, "I have all the proof that Savannah did it," and it's just AI talking. Here's another one. I know for a fact somebody had a key. How do you know for a fact? Okay, let's see what we got here. I remember when this case first started. When this case first started,
there's a guy in a golf.
Everybody was out here live in front of Nancy's house. You guys remember that? It was so many. They had to kick people off the street. Let's see what this person has to say. I am November 22nd. So I'm actually on the cusp of Sag, and I'm on the first day of Sag from Scorpio. It happened in Chicago. It happened in Chicago, broad daylight. You know how they get down. I don't mind AI. I use AI in some of my businesses for marketing. I use AI to help me write. For you guys that don't know, I'm dyslexic, and I had a bad. Actually, I have a very bad case of dyslexia. So, if any of you guys ever click on one of my videos and you see something misspelled, or something like that, or a banner misspelled, most likely it was my dyslexic moment. So in my eyes, in my head, it looks right to me, but it doesn't. So I'll get people sometimes like email me or they'll put in a comment, "Hey, you misspelled this," and then I'll go and correct it. It happens quite often because I am bad. So I use AI a lot to help me write. I use it a whole lot to help me write. Let's see what this person has to say. So this is from Righteous Monkey. I don't know who this is, but this was posted 4 hours ago. And the title says, "The FBI came to his property. Here's what he told me."
We're walking his dog.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Oh, I love your dog.
So which home is this?
This is Nancy Guthrie's home.
Oh, it is?
Yes, sir. Your dog is beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. Do you live in the area?
Sorta.
Okay.
Sorta.
I got you. Okay.
I live down on, and I've already talked to Kim over there.
Cole, so you know,
Oh, you did?
how
Okay.
it is then.
How'd that go?
Or went fun. She came over to the house and we talked and,
Yeah, I'm live on YouTube right now. Could I show my people your dog?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
You want to? It's not the first dog.
Yeah.
I've ever had or anything, so. But he's a lover. He's a lover.
Thank you, buddy.
He's a big doofus.
Yeah, they're so happy, huh?
What do you think?
Do you mind being on camera? I don't
want to be on camera.
No, it's okay. Yeah, let me adjust this. It's really interesting that when the case happened, there really hasn't been any searches like by law enforcement that we know of, like public.
Weren't we talking about that with the caller earlier? We were talking about the caller earlier about how it was interesting that where's all the searches? Nobody formed search parties, none of the family, none of the neighbors. You had some law enforcement doing it, but it was like, and in an interview, Savannah was like, Nancy had a lot of friends. Well, where were these friends forming search? I've covered so many cases of missing people. And when the missing people had a lot of friends or family, they all formed search parties. Even if they were broke and didn't have money, they still formed search, and everybody's out there in their free time searching. Nancy, for some reason, you didn't see. It was nobody doing nothing. You saw some people on drones and stuff like that, but you never really saw a full search party gather up and say, this is what we're going to do, people, today, you know?
Or any news conferences saying, like, just been the lack of information, really. So the case is, you know,
you're not going to get a lot of information.
It's really,
it's too far.
It's sad.
It's been too long, and there hasn't been enough leads. And
yeah,
because I walked this area, you know, there's been a lot of housing development going on this street.
Okay.
All the way.
Yeah,
up.
A lot of construction, I see.
A lot of construction.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if she's not
in one of the houses.
Yeah.
Or on the property somewhere. Yeah, interesting. I've heard a few people mention that.
That's the only way you're going to get rid of a body.
Yeah, and not only the signed petition for Nanos, but not only that, they found out, you know, he lied on his polygraph or lied to the department to get the job.
Okay.
Where nobody's going to find it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, the only reason why I say this is because I'm still hoping that somebody's going to find Jimmy Hoffa.
Okay. Yeah, right? Yeah.
It probably won't ever happen.
Nina says only YouTubers did the searches. YouTuber Alex from Criminal Network organized a search group. Yeah. But no family, you know, no neighbors. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Rebecca K. Park case. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that or been following me since that. I did a couple videos on her. Her case really wasn't that big. She was a pregnant woman out of a small town in Michigan. I can't remember the town. It was called Cadillac, or outside of Cadillac, Michigan, or something like that. Very small town, population of 10,000 people. Matter of fact, when I did my research on this town had the highest population ratio of PDF files in the town. Okay, this little small towns, like they all were moving there. But Rebecca K. Park was a pregnant woman who went missing, okay? Who was last seen by her mom and stepdad. They were the last two people to see her. The mom made a story up saying I think it was some black car sedan came, and Rebecca K. Park left the house and was like, sorry, Mom, I have to do this. Got into the car and the car took off. That was the story that the mom gave, okay? And then they ended up finding Rebecca K.'s Park phone in this rural area right down the street, all right? The story ended up going real big on TikTok. This story got big on TikTok, not the media. Actually, Nancy Grace even talked about it at one point. And Nancy Grace was talking about it with somebody else I know who's actually big on TikTok called Steph Case Files. She's got like 100,000 subscribers on TikTok. But she was on Nancy Grace talking about Rebecca K. Park. TikTok, it got so big on there that people on TikTok started literally interviewing the mom and the family members on TikTok lives. And accusing the mom, we know you know something, on TikTok live. Okay, right? And people were mad at the mom and the family saying, hey, you guys never went, why aren't you guys out there searching for her? Because they weren't searching. Rebecca K. Park, unfortunately, her situation was not the best situation, okay? She lived in an area that was very poor. Nobody really had money. She also had a drug addiction in her background. And it was a bunch of unfortunate situations in her life that when she went missing, it was like nobody cared. But she did have family, her mom, and her mom, it's not funny, but her mom had one leg. Her mom's excuse was, I got one leg, I can't go out looking for her. That was the excuse she kept giving. I got one leg, I can't go out looking for her. But the mom also had a stepdad, or the mom had a boyfriend, husband, whatever you want to call him, who was a PDF file too. He was a PDF file. He didn't go look for him. The family just didn't look. Rebecca K. Park had a sister who really didn't. So just to make this long story short, TikTokers got together and they went out to Michigan, to that small town, and started looking for her. They found her. They found her pretty much next to the property of where the mom stayed at. Even though they searched that area before, she wasn't there. They went back and searched, and now she's there. She ended up being there. They found her. Unfortunately, she was unalive. Remember I told you she was pregnant? Baby was gone, missing, okay? To this day, they still never found the remains of the infant, to this day. The mom is in jail right now, and the stepdad's in jail right now, because the stepdad actually confessed what happened and now is blaming the mom, all right? But my whole point of the story is Rebecca K. Park's family saw her last, and her own family didn't even go searching for her because they knew what happened. Now, I'm not saying allegedly Savannah's family didn't search because they knew what happened, but I mean, come on.
But the only reason why I say this is because I'm still hoping that somebody's going to find Jimmy Hoffa.
Okay. Yeah, right? Yeah.
It probably won't ever happen. But, you know, so basically I've got some other ideas and some other ways they should be looking, but I'm not going to share them.
I understand. Did the conversation go okay, like with you and FBI?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They searched my house, and they searched the property, and...
Oh, they searched your house? Really?
Well, they walked around and looked, and I said, you know, you want to go down there and look around, go ahead. You know.
Did you tell them, like, you saw something, or...
No.
Something stand out?
No.
Why do you think they...
I know nothing.
Why do you think they searched your house?
They didn't search it as get in there and tear everything out.
Yeah.
But they walked the house and...
Just browsed.
And stuff, and, you know, because you know
Yeah.
they are. I invite them in the house, so they browsed.
Yeah, yeah. They probably just cleared the house, make sure nothing foul's going on.
And
how'd that make you feel?
I'm going, well, what the hell are you doing bothering me? I mean, we have nothing to do with that.
That's interesting, yeah. So when you reached out, like, what was your initial call, or what was your purpose for calling?
I didn't call them. They came to my door.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, they came to my door and said, you know, we're looking at big pieces of land that they're vacant.
Okay.
And I've got 5 acres. And
gotcha.
The case is basically, in my book, pretty much done. I think it was a political hit.
Oh, political hit. Okay.
So this one of Nancy's neighbors?
I've heard that too. That's a possibility, you know.
Well, you know that one of the Guthrie members works for the Clinton Foundation.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Interesting. Okay.
Hold on.
Interesting.
What did he just say?
That's a possibility.
What did you
Political
say?
hit.
Rewind that.
Oh, political hit.
Rewind
Okay.
this.
Okay.
And I've got 5 acres. And
gotcha.
the case is basically, in my book, pretty much done. I think it was a political hit.
Oh, political hit. Okay. I've heard that too. That's a possibility, you know.
Well, you know that one of the Guthrie members works for the Clinton Foundation.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay.
He sound drunk. This man sound drunk.
Now that's all hearsay because I just heard it from somebody else, so
Sure.
I don't know for truth.
Okay.
100% truth.
Secondhand
That's
information.
what I hear.
Yeah. All we could do, since there's a lack of information, all we could do is just come up with.
Hey, she disappeared. No way of it. Nobody finding out where she went, how she went, or anything else. It had to be a very serious hit.
Like a full-on operation.
Yeah.
They went in and out, and
And,
I understand.
They knew what they were going to do with the body before they even started the operation.
Yeah.
And so somebody had a distinct reason to do that.
Yeah.
Shit like that only happens when there is a reason.
Okay.
Joseph says, I don't agree. I don't think it was a left or right hit. I'm more Republican leaning. This is a cray-cray conspiracy story. Yeah, I don't think if it is, let's say, political, I don't think it had to deal with being left or right. But if it's political, I believe it had to do with something else.
You know, somebody's got to have a
maybe
reason
to
why they
protect
did
somebody, or maybe to keep
somebody in the
shut.
family did it because they wanted the insurance money from Nancy, or somebody did it for a political.
He's gone.
From what I hear,
this guy is drunk. He sounds
one
drunk.
Of the members, I don't even know, but I'm figuring it was the son-in-law that had the ties to the foundation.
Okay.
DUI in the golf cart.
He was. I think this was the way. This was a nice message to say, keep your mouth shut.
Okay. Like a big, severe warning.
Why would anybody else want to kill an old woman?
That's so sad.
You know, she's 84. What good is she?
84 years old. Need meds every day.
But
yeah,
crazy.
I mean, what
crazy?
Where's her? She's not. Basically, she's an old woman.
That's so sad.
You know, she's 84. What good is she?
84 years old. Need meds every day.
Yeah,
crazy.
So, I mean, what?
Crazy.
Where's her? She's not. Basically, she's just living on borrowed time.
Yes, sir.
And so it was a message. That's the way I look at it.
This guy?
Nothing happened.
Who is this guy?
Yeah.
Nothing's ever happened up here in 6 years that I've lived in this area.
So this
Since
is
you
one of
live
her
3 miles
neighbors.
away, do you feel safe in your neighborhood?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, feel safe. So do you have a message to whoever took Nancy?
No.
No.
I have no message whatsoever.
Yeah.
They're not listening.
You don't want to get
bullshit
snatched?
Going to Mexico and all those ransom notes. That was just to throw the cops off.
Oh, okay. The Mexico theory.
Oh yeah, that Mexico theory shit. That was just to throw the cops off.
Yeah. Okay.
There's something that made it ideal.
So star.
They were here for a reason because they were paid.
Okay.
Because they didn't steal anything.
Y'all crack me up.
The suspects.
No, Nancy doesn't have anything to steal.
Sure.
High justice.
So
High justice. Like the shades.
So they were sent. Somebody paid them big bucks. Somebody paid big bucks for it.
Do you think they were?
First of all,
do you think they were ex-military or just some random specialized unit?
I think it was. I don't think it's ex-military. I think it was maybe other organizations. If, you know, like maybe XCI.
I mean, this guy, he sound drunk. He sound like he had a 6-pack of Modelo or Bud Light at 8 a.m. You know, maybe a couple shots of Jim Beam. But I mean, the stuff he's talking about is the stuff I hear other people talking about who are sober. So, I mean, we can laugh at him being drunk, but he's talking. I mean, the thing is, nobody solved this case. So it's like everything is still possible. One thing I learned this from he was a cop, actually. He was a cop, and he ended up going into detective work, ended up getting injured, and he's no longer a detective. Now he's a private investigator. And one thing I learned from him, he told me, he said that one thing you can't do, one thing that will, he said, put a speed bump in your investigation or your cases or something like that, is when you have tunnel vision, is when you're not open-minded. He said, when you don't have solid leads, when you don't have a solid lead, you have to be open-minded to everything. Now he said you can have steps like, okay, like, you know, plan A, plan B, plan C. But he said when you're closed-minded, he said that's where a lot of prosecutors get in trouble. This is why a lot of prosecutors end up prosecuting innocent people and they end up going to jail, because cops will arrest somebody and show some evidence, and some prosecutors will have just tunnel vision and just zero in on the person they arrested and just want to get the conviction, but not want to have an open mind and look at it fairly, you know, completely, just to see if he is the one who actually did it, you know? So he said, always have an open mind when you do not have complete evidence, you know? So that was some advice he gave me a long time ago.
IA or X.
Okay.
You know, X. I don't know who else.
Sure, yeah.
But I don't know the other departments in the government that well. I know the main ones, like the CIA and the FBI and, you know, all those people. But
when you see the guy in the mask, do you think what ethnicity do you think he is? Mexican? White? Some are saying Iranian because the way his eyes are, some of the eyebrows.
And you know, for example, for some of this stuff, even for, let's say, I'll give you one thing that we all know that happened allegedly for a fact. And we all know this happened. You guys remember the interview Brian Enton did with the neighbor? And the neighbor said the 2 FBI agents showed up at her door. You guys remember that? It was a guy and a girl showed up at her door. And they had hoodies on with an FBI logo on the side. Which these hoodies, you can go buy at a street corner in Manhattan in Chinatown. Okay? They didn't show credentials, they just had the hoodie on. Or the jacket. And it was raining. The woman took hers off. The guy never did or never spoke. They asked the neighbor if she had a pacemaker in the garage. Never explained why they asked her this or anything, and then proceeded to go into her garage. Right? And then after they left, remember the neighbor said she was talking with a friend, and the friend was like, "Are you sure they were real FBI people? Are you sure?" So then she was like, "Oh, right, you could be right. They might not been." And then she called the police. And remember, she said as soon as she called them, they showed right up, started taking her DNA, swabbing. Remember, they were doing all that stuff. And then they left. And they were like, everything's okay. And she's like, "What do you mean everything's? No, it's not." And then they end up calling her afterwards. And they were like, "Yeah, the woman was a real FBI agent, but we don't know who the guy was." So just things like that, little holes. Like, what? What? What are we talking about here? What? Do we know if they were real agents? Were they fake? And if they were real, why were they there looking for a pacemaker in the garage? And there was just so many questions of that. So when you have all these questions with no answers, you are going to have people thinking and wondering, could this be corrupt? Could this be inside? Could this be political? When Trump was on a plane and was like, "We have a solution." Or, you know, and the reporter was like, "What do you mean? The finding Nancy?" He was like, "No, we got what solution to what?" You know, so it was like a bunch of cliffhangers that we get left with and no answers. It's like a real life movie that we all are watching and we're just all trying to figure out. It's really what it is.
He has unique eyes.
I don't know.
They're big.
I don't know.
Yeah, they're big.
I don't. You got to remember he had a mask on, so you know, he's just.
Yeah.
He could be Iranian. He could be somebody from. He could be like you say, Iranian or Jordan or Saudi Arabian or.
True.
Or he could be. Well, now we're getting back into
political
FBI
agents. I don't believe there was a picture or video that was ever put out for the FBI agents. I don't think she ever did, because I'm pretty sure that the neighbor has a Ring camera. She does have a Ring camera. I remember her saying she had a Ring camera. And I remember her talking about the Ring camera wouldn't see the street. So she did have a Ring camera, meaning that those two people would have been on her, Ring camera footage, but they never put that out. So yeah, when you have things like this in this case that's going on, you have when you have they're giving us something and we're like, okay, all right. Then all of a sudden, what? Bam! It's a cliffhanger. People's minds start to wonder. Then they start to wonder because if they were real FBI agents, were they there to cover something up? Were they, you know what I mean? And if they were there to, let's say, cover something up or anything like that, who sent them then? Who sent these two FBI agents? They were sent. So who, Let's see if I can find anything else. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. Once again, thank you. There's a million YouTube channels out there, and you guys are choosing to watch me. I really appreciate that. Once again, I do have the link in the description. So if you want to hit the link and call in, we had a few callers earlier. You're welcome to call in and, give me your thoughts. That is fine. Let's see here. I'm trying to see if I can find anything else that we can go over. Who's
if
this?
any of the ransom not if they're not real.
Clutch Them Pearls. You guys ever watch Clutch Them Pearls? Let me know if you ever watch Clutch Them Pearls. Well, it depends on the year of Kia Soul. It all depends on that year of Kia Soul, because those tail lights that slant like that, there's not many SUVs that make that. And his Range Rover didn't have those slanted tail lights. All right, let's see what.
Why did the person? I don't even get my own poll. I can't read it. It's so small. So delay Nancy being found. It's about very mixed. Very mixed.
I just want to see if Clutch is saying anything.
Okay, Jabberjaws. Yes, I'm Jabberjaws. I wasn't even probably going to come live today, but this was just way. I couldn't keep quiet on this. There's a lot more that I have for tonight, but we'll get to.
It doesn't look like he's saying
I guess
much.
the rest tomorrow. And if not, then we'll.
Oh, he might have been done already.
You never know. Things might be coming out tomorrow. We'll have to see.
Yeah, he's been on for 3
Barbara,
hours.
Thank you so much, my dear. Really do appreciate you. Thank you very much for your support. I love it.
Yeah, he's been on for a few hours already. So probably has nothing else to say as of right now. Vehicle was probably stolen out of stolen, to be honest with you. It was probably stolen and the VIN number swapped and everything else. If they did it the correct way, the vehicle would have been stolen because a rented vehicle would leave a paper trail. So we know these guys are pretty smart. As we know so far, I mean, they've gotten away with it. So the vehicle would have been stolen with the VIN number replaced, which is not hard to do in Arizona around the border. It's not hard to do. Trust me, I know that for a fact. Because if you guys who know me, you know that was why I got into trouble, because we started the biggest car ring in the state of Colorado with dealerships involved. So for example, let's just say, for example, it was a Kia Soul. Let's just say that. Kia Soul is a common car. If you go to Avis Rental, you go to any of these rental places, they always have a Kia Soul you can rent. It's a very common car to rent, drive around. You see one, you don't pay no attention to it, right? And let's just say this was an older Kia Soul that was stolen from 2019, 18, 17, whatever. Let's say this Kia Soul was stolen that far long ago. It's now 2026. Insurance would have wrote that car off, right? Now, the car still reported stolen, but if the VIN numbers are all changed on the car, you can easily re-register it or do what you want to do, take it down to Mexico, register it, do whatever you want to do with it because everything's switched on the car. Not only that, we also have to remember, what was the #1 stolen car the last couple of years? What was the #1 stolen brand of car the last couple of years? That was the easiest car to steal. Any car that was related with a Hyundai. Hyundai owns Kia. And I believe it was from the years of 2016 to like 2021. You can just steal the car with a USB cord and drive off with it. That's how, if you don't know about it, the Kia Boys came about, and it was a big TikTok and viral sensation. The Kia Boys showed everybody how to steal a Kia or a Hyundai, and then they just took off and everybody started stealing one. But people knew about this back in 2016 already. It just wasn't on the internet or social media. So if it is a Kia Soul, you got to think about how many Kia Souls are probably stolen in the system. It was probably lots of them. So watch this number right here. Look at this number. According to the National Insurance Crime Bureau, 21,001 Kia Souls were stolen in the U.S. during 2023. 21,001 Kia Souls were stolen in the U.S. in 2023. That's a lot of Kia Souls. That's more Kia Souls than some people have, than there's some people in towns. And then let's go to the rankings. In 2023, this was the 5th most stolen vehicle. This is 2023, people. So this is right on the verge of the Kia Boys that was going on TikTok and making this a viral sensation. Right on the verge of this. So this car, a Kia Soul, was the 5th most stolen vehicle. Thefts of Kia Soul and Hyundai models spiked to the social media trends, highlighted the lack of engine immobilizers in certain And I said this, I was a little bit off. I said 2016 to 2021, but it's from 2011 to 2021. Those were the years. If you have a Hyundai or a Kia Soul, those are the years that was easy for somebody to steal. And then we can go to, this is 2025. This is from AAA. The 10 most stolen vehicles. This is 2025. So I just read you numbers from 2023. This is 25. Look at this. Kia Soul is still in there. This is from 2024. 13,000 Kia Souls were stolen. But look at the top cars. Hyundai Elantra. Hyundai. Then you have a Chevy, you have a Hyundai, but then back to Kia, Honda, then back to Kia again. So the two top vehicles were Hyundai. Hyundai and Kia are the same company, same exact company. So when that came out about the video and I saw the lights and then I freeze framed it and I paused it, I was like, if this is, it would make sense. It would, because it's a common car you see everywhere. Not only that, it's a common car that gets stolen. It doesn't bring attention to nobody. So I was like, it makes sense if it was. Which year is your Kia Soul? Once again, it depends on the year. Because they have different generations of the Kia Soul. One year, let's say like the newer ones, the lights still go down like this, but they kind of curve down to the bottom. Then you have the older ones where the lights kind of went down like this and they didn't curve. So it all depends on your year. And then not only that, the lighting of nighttime too. Somebody said somebody tried to break into their Kia Soul. What'd you say, 2 times? I believe it. I believe it. So yeah, I don't think because you're going to do a crime like this, you don't rent a vehicle because it's going to be traced back to you. Think about this. We all learned this from, what was the mass shooting where the guy rented the car? It just happened. The Brown shooting, University of Brown. Remember the guy rented the car? Remember that? And he got, one of the reasons they found out it was him because of the car rental. He had to show his license. So he had to leave a paper trail. So if these people are smart enough to cover from head to toe, wear 2 gloves, I think he even had 2 masks on. I was like, they didn't rent a car. This car was flipped and stolen, wherever this car came from. And I guarantee you that car is in Mexico burnt to hell. I guarantee that car is in Mexico burnt to a crisp. I guarantee you. Burnt to a crisp, flattened, stripped apart, and everything else. Because you can easily cross into the border right there. Easily. You don't even need high ID half the time. Just drive on through. Hello, welcome to Mexico. They don't even say that. They just wave you through. They don't care. That's why they have not found the car with all these traffic cams and flock cams. Because the car probably is stolen, but it could be legitly registered some sort of way because everything was switched on it. I see y'all talking about Luke. Luke's family's got money some sort of way. Think about, you guys saw the house that got raided? You saw the house? They got money some sort of way. I don't know if it's legal money, but Luke has money some sort of way just by the house. That neighbor, I mean, they live pretty much not far from Nancy. All those houses up there are $600,000 to $1 million homes. So they got, the family has some sort of money. I just don't know what from. So Callie says, in California, stolen vehicles driven to Mexico, put in containers on ships to other countries. This is correct. This is where the cars went to that I was doing. Okay. They took these cars, they took them across borders to other states, and then they were imported to South America. They were going to places like Argentina and things like that, Brazil, and then being sold for quadruple and triple the price, especially certain cars that were rare down there, but weren't rare to us. Luke brought the car. He bought the car from a company called MG Motors. MG Motors is owned by two individuals. One is Middle Eastern. His name is Mohammed. And he's also owned by a Russian. I always forget this guy's name because I can never pronounce his name. But it's owned by Mohammed, who's Middle Eastern, and a Russian. See if I can find anything else that somebody might be talking about before we get off of here. Once again, I want to say thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate it. I want to say thank you again, once again. See if I can find anything else that somebody might be talking about this topic. Let's see what we got going on here. Oh, I hear my neighbor. He's home. No, it's funny. My neighbor who lives right next door to me, he's a big YouTuber. He's got almost 2 million subscribers. His is all about motorcycles. He's got about 10 motorcycles in his garage, but he's a YouTuber too. Let's see if I can find anything else. What does this person have to say? Is this an AI video?
Police are looking.
Is this an AI video? Hold on.
Detects movement on the property. No footage, no cloud backup, just a digital ping in the dark.
All right, let's see what this has to say. I'm curious. This might be the last video that we break into. I just want to see what they have to say, okay? So it does give us a disclaimer. Before we go any further, everything in this video comes from named verified sources, FBI statements, sheriff press conferences, credential experts who have spoken on the record to Fox News. He's basically saying, or this person is saying, everything in this video has came from some sort of a source. This is coming from, it looks like a newer channel called The Criminal Mindset. I wonder if they were actually a criminal to know if this is a criminal mindset. Let's see what they're talking about. This is going to be the last video we break down.
Including Cameron, was officially cleared by the Pima County Sheriff and the FBI. We are not naming suspects. We are not making accusations. This is an active federal investigation, and we take that seriously. What we are doing is asking the questions that the documented record demands we ask. Stay with me. January 31st, 2026. Nancy
Lucky
Guthrie,
Jones said she's
84 years
staying.
old, or has
Thank
dinner
you.
at her
Late
daughter
night fam.
Annie's house in Tucson, Arizona. Her son-in-law Tommaso drives her home. Her garage door opens at 9:48 p.m. and closes at 9:50 p.m. That is the last
Thank you,
confirmed
Lisa.
sighting
Thank
of
you.
Nancy Guthrie alive. At 1:47 a.m. on February 1st, her doorbell camera disconnects. Not a glitch. Physically disconnected. Someone reached up and took it down. At 2:12 a.m., a secondary motion sensor detects movement on the property.
Yes, it is
No
AI.
footage, no cloud backup, just a digital ping in the dark. 16 minutes later, at 2:28 a.m., Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker disconnects from the monitoring app on her phone.
Jenny, you
And
watched
Nancy
this video?
Guthrie is never seen again. For 54 days, investigators have probed his career in the military,
Oh, wait,
were
wait.
invisible enough to notice, and quiet enough to avoid examination. Nancy's son, Cameron Guthrie. Here is what the public record tells us about Cameron Guthrie.
All right.
His sister
See what they
Savannah
say.
described him in her first interview since their mother's disappearance as someone who spent his career in the military, worked in intelligence, and was a fighter pilot. Her exact word for him, brilliant. The family's official signed statement lists Cameron alongside Christine, first among the three siblings, before Annie and Tommaso, before Savannah.
Yeah, So Callie says, never heard FBI clearing Annie husband and Cameron. Yeah, the FBI, the official FBI never came out and said anybody's cleared. FBI, you're never going to hear them. If the case, first of all, if the case is not solved, nobody should be cleared if the case is not solved. So FBI is not going to come out and tell anybody that, all right? Because everybody's still going to be spotlighting FBI. I believe Nanos or somebody from his office is the one who came out and said that. FBI, trust me. Trust me. If the case is not solved, they're not going to clear anybody. Not one person. FBI is known to pull. This is how ruthless the FBI is. This is how bad they are. Let's say you're just a driver and you're working for somebody, okay? And the person you're working for might be doing some illegal narcotics or some legal stuff. And let's say you don't know it. You're oblivious to it. You don't even know what's going on, but you're the driver. And let's say you're driving this guy to here, there, and here and there, right? But you don't know what the hell's going on. You don't know. You could be a celebrity. You just know you're hired as a driver. Now the FBI is watching not just him, but watching you. The FBI is watching you go to your family. They're probably gonna be watching you making your calls just to see. Now the FBI probably knows. Matter of fact, you're just a driver. They know you're just a driver. They know. But you know what they're going to do? They're going to pull you in and arrest you and say you're an accomplice. And this is why we have all this information from the past year of you taking so-and-so to here and so-and-so to there, so-and-so can do their crime, so they can sell their narcotics, so they can do this. Even though you have no idea what's going on, even though the FBI knows you have no idea, this is the game they're going to play, and they will use it on you just to get you to tell, snitch, or to, hey, you know what? I'll take a plea deal. Dang, you guys are scaring me. This is why their conviction rate is so high. Everybody takes plea because there's so much evidence. And the FBI will do this. So they're not going to clear anybody whatsoever. The FBI will look back, let you keep effing up, is what they'll do, and study you and watch you until the time is right to strike. That's exactly what the FBI will do.
Savannah and Michael. And here is what the public record does not tell us. Cameron Guthrie has given 0 individual interviews since his mother disappeared, not one. In a case that has dominated national headlines for 54 days, Nancy Guthrie's son, a man with a career in military aviation and intelligence as R, described by his own sister, has been almost entirely invisible. Almost. Because there were specific moments where Cameron stepped forward, and those moments, when you examine them closely, raise more questions than they answer. Keep watching, because what comes next reframes everything.
Let's see
The
what you
first
wanna say.
moment comes directly from Savannah's interview, her first public sit-down.
And he saw very clearly right away what this was. And even on the phone, when I called him, he knew. And he said, I think she's been kidnapped for ransom.
He knew, not suspected, not feared, knew, before a single investigator briefed the family, before any ransom note arrived, before any forensic evidence was processed. Cameron Guthrie gets one phone call in the middle of the night and immediately concludes kidnapping for ransom. I want to give you both ways to read this. The first reading, he is a trained professional. His career was built on pattern recognition under pressure. He hears the facts. Doors open, blood on. Porch, camera yanked, phone left behind. Us. And his training connects those dots faster than anyone else would. That is completely legitimate. The second reading, the one the true crime community has been sitting with quietly, is that the speed and specificity of that conclusion is unusual even for someone with that background. Because in those first minutes, the facts available were incomplete. The blood had just been found. The scene was still being assessed, and yet the conclusion was instant. Not just abducted, kidnapped for ransom. But here is what makes this moment impossible to simply move past. It is not just what Cameron concluded, it is what he said next. Listen to this.
I didn't want to believe. I just said, do you think because of me? And he said, I'm sorry, sweetie, but yeah, maybe. But I knew that.
See right there? Remember when I was telling you guys about follow-up questions? Okay? That's why I don't think she was allowed to do a follow-up. Because like I said, you could still be sympathetic. And I bet you if it was Brian Enton, he probably would have did the same thing too. He probably would have came with a follow-up question. I would have gently placed my hand on her shoulder to show her comfort. And then I would have said, Savannah, why do you think it's you? Why do you think that? To have her get a little more deeper into that. You know what? You get what I'm saying? But this is why I think that she wasn't allowed to do a follow-up.
I'm sorry, sweetie, but yeah, maybe. On one phone call, and the first minutes of learning his mother is missing, Cameron has already reached two simultaneous conclusions. One, this was a kidnapping for ransom. Two, it was because of Savannah. Not because of anything specific about Nancy. Not because of the neighborhood or the circumstances. Because of Savannah's fame and wealth. A conclusion that specific, that fast. From incomplete information. And then Savannah says, the line that stopped me completely. But I knew that, not, that makes sense, not, I hadn't considered that. She says, but
the mic turned up was a little messy. You are right about that. Usually they have a sound engineer in the background, and that sound engineer will turn the interviewer's mic down. Usually that's what they will do. They will turn the interviewer's mic down and let the interviewer talk. But for some reason, they kept her mic up to the same volume, so they heard Huda, if that's how you pronounce her name, you heard her emotions too, which made the interview more emotional and tear jerky. But technically, the sound engineer who's in the background is supposed to turn her mic down.
But I knew that. Past tense. She already had the answer before she asked the question. Two people. First minutes of a crisis.
Hi, Becky.
Same specific conclusion about motive. Before a single investigator said a word. I am asking a question, not making an accusation. But That pattern deserves examination. Now, here is the second moment Cameron stepped forward, and this one has barely been discussed anywhere. 4 days after his mother disappeared, February 5th, Cameron posted a solo video to Savannah's Instagram, not a joint family statement, a solo video, directly addressed to the kidnappers. His exact words, "Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact. We are waiting for contact."
I think
This
Huda
is
was
Cameron
supposed to
Guthrie.
be the
I'm speaking for the
interviewer. You could be
Guthrie
right.
family.
You could be
Whoever
right.
is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have
See him
our
reading the
mom.
script?
We
He's
want
looking
to
down, reading
talk
the
to you,
script.
and we are waiting for contact.
Now, former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe said unambiguously about the family's communications during this period, there is no question in his mind that every word of those statements was carefully crafted with the assistance of FBI hostage negotiators and experienced agents. Every word chosen deliberately, which means "we are waiting for contact," was not accidental. It was a message designed by hostage negotiators,
That's the hat you
delivered by
referred to
Cameron.
earlier?
The question nobody is asking is this. Out of 3 siblings, why Cameron? Why was the person described by his own sister as having an intelligence background chosen to deliver that specific message directly to the kidnappers? Was it because his background made him the most credible messenger to someone who knew him? Was it because negotiators
really know
believed
Huda like that,
his
to be honest with you.
voice
I never really watched it,
specifically
Day
would
Show.
land differently with whoever was on the
I
other
just
end?
know that
Or was
that
there another
interview-
reason entirely?
There
After
should've been
those
some follow-up
early
questions.
appearances, Cameron Guthrie almost completely disappears from public view. No individual interviews, no solo statements, nothing. And then comes the moment that crystallized everything for me. March 2nd, 2026. Day 30 of the search. Savannah, Annie, and Annie's husband Tommaso visit Nancy's home for the first time. They lay yellow flowers at the memorial. Annie is heard sobbing. Savannah stoops to read notes left by strangers. It is the most emotional public moment of this entire case. Cameron Guthrie is not there. Nancy's son, the person Savannah described as the one who protected their mother more than anyone, is absent from the single most visible moment of grief in this investigation. No explanation, no statement. He simply was not there. 8 days later, March 10th, Annie and Cameron make a brief quiet visit to the property. Separate vehicles, brief stay, quick departure. Savannah not present,
Fast forward just a little
Tommaso
bit.
not present. Now, let's go back to Savannah's interview one more time, because there are things she says about Cameron and things she notably does not say that I think are the most overlooked details in this entire case. When Hoda asks about speculation that a family member was involved, Savannah defends each sibling. But listen to how she does it.
Yeah, she doesn't really answer the question to this. She doesn't really answer, I realize, on this.
And no one took better care of my mom than my sister and brother-in-law. And no one protected my mom more than my brother.
She never really answered. There was no answer. She danced around the question and said nobody took better care, but she never answered the question. I noticed that too. And as a interviewer or a journalist, if you're doing an interview correct, and let's say you notice, you ask a question and your interviewer doesn't really answer the question, your job, your professional job, the integrity of your job is to get an answer to that question the best way you can. That's just your job, what you're supposed to do. So if it was another interviewer that asked that question, notice she danced around it, then you're supposed to come back with the question, but in a different way. or another question that maybe can lead her to the answer you're trying to get. So she said, nobody took better care of my mom than Tommaso, things like that. Then maybe she could have came back with, well, I understand that, or we all understand that, family takes care of their mom and, things like that. But is that a reason to not believe that, they're not responsible for this? You get what I'm trying to say? So there's a way you can come back to this. Now, I read a comment earlier saying that maybe Hoda is too close to Savannah. That could be true. It could be. Maybe it should have been somebody else that did the interview. But as a journalist, there is an integrity to the job that you're supposed to uphold. And I realized that some of these follow-ups weren't done. So it left the rest of us just wondering, like, whoa, what's going on? If there was proper follow-ups, this video probably would have never got made by Cameron,
Two defenses, two completely different framings. Annie and Tommaso took care of Nancy. Present tense relationship, active, ongoing. Cameron, protected. Nancy, past tense. And the word protected, not loved, not supported, not helped, protected. That is the word of someone describing a function, a role, not a relationship. Now here is the observation that I have not seen raised anywhere. Throughout that interview, Savannah breaks down multiple times. She apologizes to her sister. She describes hugging Annie when she arrived in Tucson. She talks about her and Annie and Cameron as a unit. But every specific emotional moment she describes involves Annie, not Cameron. I want to be precise here. This is an observation about what she chose to share publicly, not a statement.
And if they're tight friends like that, then maybe she shouldn't have done the interview. Then maybe it should have been somebody else to do the interview. Because there comes a point let's just say this for example. We all have a job to do, right? Every single one of us, even if you're not working right now, you've probably had a job to do in your life. We all have had some sort of job. And in that job, we've all had a responsibility that we're supposed to do with that job. And there's a rule saying that some friends can't work together. Some friends can't be business partners. Some family members, the same thing. They always say don't become business partners with your friend, because your friendship sometimes can interfere with the responsibility of your job. And sometimes the responsibility of your job can interfere with your friendship, vice versa. You get where I'm going? So as a journalist, as a great journalist, which I've been studying for a while now, as a great journalist, your integrity to the job is to extract information to relay it to the next person. And if you're not extracting the proper information, your, I would say, I guess, interviews or your credibility or your integrity is not going to be there. So sometimes, maybe it shouldn't have been her that did an interview. Maybe it should have been somebody else. That would be like our presidential debates, right? You have a presidential debate, we've all seen them. That would be like, imagine if you watch a debate and the person's good friend is the narrator. Just imagine that. You're watching a presidential debate, but the person's good friend over years is the narrator. How is that narrator not going to be biased? How is that narrator not going to get the questions asked or answered that should be answered? You get where I'm going? So maybe I saw a comment of somebody saying maybe she shouldn't have been the one. So that could be true. Maybe she shouldn't have been the one, because it's not being pushy. It's doing an interview. And if you're doing an interview the right way, it doesn't have to be pushy.
About their private relationship. Savannah may have had many conversations with Cameron that were never made public, but In a 54-day national crisis, in her first and only public interview, the emotional portrait she paints of her brother is surprisingly functional. Not grief-stricken, not broken, functional. A man who knew immediately, who answered quickly, who disappeared strategically, and who his own sister describes not with tenderness, but with precision. So here is the question this entire video has been building toward. Former 25-year FBI veteran Johnny Grusing, the man who helped identify the Golden State Killer, put forward the behavioral framework. Criminology professor Brianna Fox watched the do not use carelessly.
I can't listen to stations like there or channels like this too much. I can't do it. I can't do it too much. But yeah, there was some stuff that whoever did this channel, that's the criminal mindset. That's what the name of this channel is. That they did, you know, mention. Let me see if I can find something for you guys. Hold on real quick. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Trying to see if I can find something that gives a great example. Hold on, I'm looking real quick. So yeah, I told you guys earlier, I watch, you know, a lot of these, especially big names, and I try and learn from all of them what their pros are. Is what I try and do. So let me see if I can find one here. Let's see.
Yeah, it's
All right.
it's you know, do you know Tracy Walder? She's on
Let's
News
see
Nation
something.
Countries. She went missing 8 days before on a Saturday. And one neighbor was telling me that they actually went through her cameras with her, like an agent did, to help and was helping her and kind of, but like they were that, you know, focused on that date. Like they wanted to look through it with her, and hers just showed wildlife. And you know, nothing, but you know, they were insistent on that date, January 24th now. What do you think it means? And also, does it mean anything that both of these dates that they've been interested in are on weekends?
Monday through Friday
So
job.
ask the
That's
question.
just a theory, but you know, enough theories come together. So it could be. It doesn't sound like put that piece down and you go, just FBI friend.
Like that wasn't my source that it was even coming from the show. True, people just saw
investigative philosophies. I will investigate different than even my closest FBI friend. They have a different way of doing it. And so some people may come in and just do it differently.
Yeah, I guess just a fresh set of eyes kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I had reported a couple weeks clearing people in general with poly.
That causes them at that point, especially if you come up to a family member and you know,
trying to see if I can get
you used to broach it like this.
where
You'd
he
say,
starts doing follow-ups.
Listen,
His follow-ups
my job is to catch the person who has
and that's what I've learned
your
from
mother or
great.
may have harmed your mother. And the problem is statistically, you talk to him
like the interview. Why were the interviews
more important than the polygraph
he's doing a
itself? Before and after the polygraph, and those interviews before and after are as important or more important than the polygraph itself.
What do you mean by that? Like the interview, why were the interviews after more important?
So if he never asked that follow-up question, we will all be wondering why the interview. We would wonder the same thing, like why. But he'll interview somebody and he'll catch these little nitbits, and he is so good at it. And he'll ask it like a curious kid. He'll do it like he's just curious, like, hey, why? Why? And he'll do it at a point that makes you want to respond. And that's what makes this man so good at what he does, is that right there. Not everybody has that. That little bit of technique that he does. Not everybody can do it or has that. And I realize that he's good at that. Now, let's say you watch Nancy Grace. Totally different story. Totally different story. You watch Nancy Grace ask a question. You watch her ask a question. Hers is different. She'll ask you a question. First of all, if you come back with an answer you don't like, she's yelling at you. We all know this. What do you mean, John? That da 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 da. We all know that. So her approach is totally different. And that's also what sells Nancy, because she's just hardcore cutthroat. But then you have Brian Enton, who comes across like a curious 12-year-old when he answers a question. Who doesn't want to answer a question to a curious 12-year-old? That's kind of how he comes across. And then the person will end up answering.
A person who believes that they might not pass a polygraph is going to behave differently than somebody who has nothing to do with a crime. Person who has nothing to do with a crime might be slightly, nervous about taking a polygraph, but you set them at ease and you do all this, A person who is afraid of being caught is going to show all sorts of psychological and even physical tells. You might see them sweating. You might see them their knees bouncing or something like this.
I appreciate that, Lisa.
In the pre-interview, you're going to go over all the questions you're going to ask. And I don't want to give away techniques or something, but you can go in and say, is there anything about this that makes you nervous? Because I see you there's some stress here. How can I make you feel better? What question bothers you? So maybe you and I can change the question so that you're not worried about it. And you can delve pretty quickly into why they're nervous. And frequently that will tell you things that are important. And you can use the opportunity to say, now listen, if I was testing the person here who was afraid they might get caught on this, I would want them to know that they have options, that they could make deals, they can do this. This isn't, polygraph or die. This is, let's get through this. And those are as valuable sometimes. In fact, most of the time in a criminal case, I think those are more valuable than the actual results.
Look at all the information we are getting from a follow-up question. We're getting a lot of
the interview
info.
before and after are.
If has anyone ever failed a polygraph, and then do they ever not?
And then more follow-ups. So we get so much info from him asking the first question.
Tell them because they don't want them to know.
And then look at his face. He's so sincere. He looks like he really... Let me remove the suit. Once again, thank you for that. Lisa's she's trying to basically tell me to go to Tucson and fund it. Thank you so much. But look at his face. He's got a curious look on his face. Like everything about him is just sincere and curious. Like, I really want to know. I really want to know. You can't get mad at that. It's hard to get mad at that. So Brian Enton has mastered how to do that. And a lot of people have not. So this is what makes this guy so good. If you ever wonder why you like Brian Enton so much, this is why. This guy gets very personable. He's got a soft, calm demeanor. He sounds like he's talking with you, right? Like you guys are having a conversation. He doesn't sound like he's preaching at you or talking to you.
Like then you just know, oh, maybe this person is a suspect, but you don't actually tell them that they failed.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like, it's not even an interview no more. It's like these people are just having a regular conversation. And he's asking them. And he's like, so my water pump went out. What do you think I should replace the water pump with? And the guy's like, you should get this brand water pump. And then when you get this brand water pump, make sure you get this to go with it. And he's like, okay, well, but once I get the water pump, is there anything I should do? Like, is there any sort of thing I should buy? Oh, I'm glad you asked that question, Brian. You know, it's a regular conversation this guy's having, and it's great.
Absolutely true. I mean, absolutely true. I'm not lying.
But I wanted to show you guys that, you know, I want to show you guys that the difference in, I guess, interviews, you know, and I don't know anything about Hoda. I really don't. Like I said, I know who Savannah was and already knew who she was, but I really don't watch the Today Show. First of all, if I'm up that early, I got business to take care of. I don't have time to watch TV. So I don't watch the Today Show, but I know who Savannah is. I knew her from the presidential debates and I knew her from stuff like that. I really don't know who Hoda is. I never really watched her too much, so I can't tell you if I like her or not. I don't know. All I know is when I watched the interview, I was just like, man, this is why we're all wondering about Cameron now. And the thing is, what if Cameron is innocent? What if Cameron didn't do anything? What if Tommaso was innocent? What if Annie is innocent? You know, that could have been a great opportunity to say, hey, just to let you know, these people ain't got nothing to do with it. These people are innocent. But then again, FBI is involved. Did the FBI have any control over this interview and say, you really can't say this way? You know, that, my friends, we are not going to know, and we probably will never know because the FBI does not reveal much. Even if a person gets arrested and they go to court and it becomes a federal, we're not going to know much. We're not. We got to hope for court leaks and things like that, unfortunately. I will go check that out. Thanks a lot, SoCal girl. I will go check that out. You guys that have my email, you're always welcome to reach out to me with anything. Go round ahead. I had a viewer reach out to me the other day with a actual personal issue. I had to also go ahead. I don't mind. Thank you once again to Lisa. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you guys for joining tonight. Okay? Maybe it was Hoda. Don't start that rumor. Let's not start that one. But thank you guys for coming tonight. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Like I said, you guys could have been in any other chat, anywhere else, and you guys chose to be with me tonight. I'm probably going to do another live tomorrow night. I usually when I do live, you guys know I'll post it on my YouTube community page and say I'm going to go live at this time. So I might do another one tomorrow. I do have a couple videos that are going to be released tonight and in the morning too. Especially on another case too, because I do multiple cases at once. I don't just do the same thing every day, especially if there's no updates. I really don't, okay? I don't want to say the same thing over and over again to you guys. I know it gets, repeat, Rebecca. I can't even say the word. I can't even say the word. It's 12:45 here on East Coast time, here in Florida. So I'm about to shut this down. I'm going to go eat because I was so excited to talk to you guys and see you guys that I didn't even eat. I was so excited for you guys to call in that I didn't do any of that. So I want to say thank you so much. Oh, the Dodger game. Oh my God. You know, I'm a Cali boy at heart. I'm a Cali boy at heart. Yes, I forgot the Dodgers. Time for breakfast, Ray. Do you ever have guests? Yeah, I have people calling in now, but I'm actually working. I'm glad you asked that, Joe. I have a guy that I'm actually going to do an interview with first. He did one of my first interviews. So before I started this channel, I did a few interviews, okay, with some YouTubers telling my backstory. I'm going to do an interview with him it's called Chip Wilson from Crime and Entertainment. He interviews tons of ex-gangsters and mobsters. Tons of them. I'm talking about people who really were in protective custody for unaliving 30 people and things like that. He interviews this is what he does. So I'm going to interview him. And then me and him are going to start having segments once a week. He's going to give his take on something, and I'm going to give my take on something. He's going to tell his knowledge from interviewing all these, ex-mobsters and stuff like that, because he's got a lot of, in that world. Matter of fact, me and him, he took me to Miami on a red carpet event for this movie called Mob King. It was kind of a lower budget movie that came out on, I think it was Amazon Prime, but it was a lot of real ex-mobsters there. It really was. So I got to meet some of these people, shaking their hands like, oh my God, this guy is really part of this mafia group and really did this and really served 22 years, whatever. So, to pay him back, I'm going to do an interview with him and show him some love. So thank you for asking that question. Thank you guys so much. River, thank you for being in here. Stem, thank you for calling in. Wonder Woman, also thank you so much always. Longtime member and moderator, okay? I got 2 moderators always in the chat. There's going to be her, Julia, or one or the other. Thank you so much. Lucky Jones, thank you for tuning in. Please don't let your cancer come out. I know how cancers can get emotional. It's a joke, Lucky. It's a joke. All right? So Callie say, yes, I noticed the ball. Yes, I am a diehard fan. Diehard. Peace to Charmaine, Joe. Ruth, wherever you're at, if you're still in here, thank you, Ruth. I know she's been following me for a long time too. Thanks, Prayer. So Callie said, no fighting tonight. Who we fighting? Who we fighting? No fighting tonight. Thank you, Sandra Joy. Thank you so much. Michael Frenzy says, great. Joe says, yes, he's been on his show, actually. He was there. Actually, he was there at the red carpet event. He was there. I got to meet him. I have a picture with him somewhere. Gotta look for it. Thank you so much. And like how I end all my videos, I always end them the same. Please take care of one another. Okay? Please take care of one another. Look out at your surroundings. Look around your surroundings, all right? Because I would hate to have to do a video on one of you guys, because I will jump on it in a heartbeat. Might even be out there helping search, but I don't want to do that. So please be careful. Look for your surroundings. Look out at your surroundings. Take care of your loved ones, okay? Thank you, Tina, Lisa, Toreto, Cali Girl on fire. You guys have a great night, and I'm out, okay?